and I don't have an x variable yet, but you'd be able to say if x is less than 5, oh, my speakers are on. If x is less than 5, then instead of print, you can imagine that there's a move command. And hey, Zine. Yeah. Got spanked for doing what? Oh, repeated characters? Yeah. So yeah, that's the game in a nutshell. And then once you've written the code, you'll deploy them into the arena, and you can see, like, I am not controlling this bot. I can't click it and then press up. Its code is what's controlling it. So this will be a strategy game. And yeah, the visual coding is something called Blockly. So I did not write this. Also, wow, this is the most viewers I've ever had. Have you ever coded a RuneScape private server? No, I have not. So yeah, this visual coding is what you can use, and I'll show you guys really quickly. There is a little demo that I've made right now for how visual coding can be incredibly easy in Botland. So in this demo, you're just making a priority system. You're saying what you want to happen and in what order. So for example, lasers. If I drag this onto here and then hit show JavaScript, it is if will lasers hit, fire lasers. Now, this will figure out the direction for you. So lasers can shoot in cardinal directions, up, right, left, down, and this will just figure out what it needs to be. If you want to harvest resources after that, you could do that. So this now put in if lasers hit, fire lasers, if will harvest, harvest. So yeah. And yeah, Zine, it's definitely gotten a little bit better than before. Oh yeah, the viewer count went down to 1. I'm assuming it's because I got the source button. Yeah. So that's the easiest way you can code things. And then that video that I linked in chat before, that shows you how you can use pre-made scripts and just blocks of code in order to make coding even easier. So there, oh whoa, cool, I'm live on Twitch, start watching. Huh, that does work. Neat. Alright, so I'll show you guys in this video the way, oh, well, I was like a second too soon. So there will be a whole bunch of pre-made scripts that you can choose from, and when you click one of them, it just plops all of that code directly into the editor for you. And this is all a prototype that I'm showing you on here. And then if you want a little bit more control, so I have an empty update function, I can just drag in individual snippets that I want. So again, coding should be very easy in Botland. If you don't know how to code, you should still be able to play the game and have fun, and you can mess around with the strategy elements of, do I want lasers or missiles or artillery or cloaking? So yeah. A slow rave lamp was worth a follow. Yeah, actually, since a lot of people are going to be controlling this, I'm going to turn the color loop off. When you follow me, you'll eventually get a whisper, and the whisper will let you control my lights with this interface, so you can change it to blue or to pink in here if you want. I'll set it back to white for now. You guys will still be able to control it. And I think this must have pushed me over 500 followers now. So I do appreciate this, Latch, and I should definitely go check out your channel. I'm going to write myself a note. Check out Latch and Friends. Pronounced Latch. Yeah? And then we're going to get back to coding the rest of this. So I don't even remember where we left off because too much stuff has happened in between those two things. So we were working on, oh yeah, that's right, taking the global namespace into account. And this needs to be done in the code execution system, and I believe that that was all we wanted here. We can get rid of this now. So let's take a look and see if we broke anything with the game. Let's close this and check out this. Alright, so let's refresh. We shouldn't have any errors. Goldlick says, is there going to be a hardcore mode for Code Wizards? I want to, okay, so not officially right off the bat, but players can host their own servers in this game, and eventually people could host a server where they only allow, I don't know, hardcore Code Wizards to join. Can I also turn off the lights in the United States like in Big Bang Theory? I have not seen that episode. I've only seen a few episodes. And by the way, JFrap, I don't know what you expect Bang Help to do. I coded something today, Points Help, which tells you what you can spend your points on, but that's it for right now. Okay, so this is working, and I think we fixed this up a bit. I think as long as we don't have two of these execution systems, we should be fine. This code can run multiple times, and we don't care. We also need a constant for the executor. So let's say executor, what do we call this namespace? Executor name. So that's going to be executor. Lash.tv is a quick link to his channel. How did he do that? Lash.tv. But I'll write that down. Thank you. Yeah. And like I said, JFrap, let me know if you want any other particular help. I don't know what you expect to happen when you type help. And Gold Lake says, nice mod support. So what I'm focused on right now is just getting Botland to be a fun game to work with. And then after that, if we want to support mods, we can do that. What I don't want though is to fragment the user base right off the bat. So what I could see happening is what kind of happened with Android. If there's no one specification that you have to follow, then each server that you go to has these little variations. And then finally, there's no core experience anymore. And Team Fortress 2, I see this happen sometimes. On modded game servers, they have infinite ammo or very powerful weapons. That's fun from time to time, but then sometimes you want to just play the standard game and know that your kills actually matter, and that it's not because the weapon was overpowered. So I'm not sure about mod support from the get-go. It'll be there probably eventually, but I'm not making any promises there. So we want to put this here too, constants.executor. Whoops. And then we want to make sure that we're using this in the software validator. So we have executor here. We want to do this, constant.executor plus period plus name. Now, we actually should really do this. We should just make use of ES6 syntax and do this. All right. Oh God. Okay. And then we just need to make sure that we're using constants in here. We are not, so that's no good. Let's figure out where this file is. It's right next to constants. So we're just gonna do that. Import star as constants from /constants. All right, good. So now not only do we have the executor defined correctly, but we should be able to change it. So let's test that out really quickly by just naming this follower train. We'll wait for that to finish building and then run this. All right, cannot assign to read-only property of undefined. Oh boy. Constants.executor. Global shouldn't be, why is that happening though? I think this is actually possibly mistaken. If we say something like const x equals hello, and then we say window x equals 5, wait, how did const even work here? Is that a new Chrome construct? Because I didn't think they supported any ES6. Strange. All right. So it doesn't like this. And we should actually figure out where exactly, what this got transpiled to. Oh, wait a second. It's just, I know what it did. I typed the wrong name. It's got to be executor name. And then let's make sure that we screwed that up in both places. And then in constants, yep, that was correct at least. So let's try rerunning that. Twitch plays background colors. And yes, I have just exceeded 500 followers. So thank you all very much. Alright, so now our code should be, nope, it's undefined. That's not good. Let's try rebuilding this just one more time. So we should see this get rebuilt. Yeah, I don't know, it took 4 seconds. Oh, now it's working. Okay, and now, yep, we get follower training here. That's totally fine. So then we've made sure this is working. We can clean this up and check this in. So we'll change this back to executor. So this is going to be, let's see, escape namespace. This is the namespace where all user-defined functions will go. So when a user types update equals function, it will go into escape namespace dot escape subnamespace, which is this dot update. Yeah, and we want to just change one other part of this. We want to use the ES6 string interpolation right here. So let's do this. Dot. And then ID. Awesome. By the way, my lights are flashing because you guys are doing that, not because I'm doing that. We can see that was JFrap and Airspace are currently having fun. Alright, let's make sure we didn't just break something. So again, this bot should be moving left and then right. And for followers to the channel, if you want to check out botland.net, you'll find all of the different links that I have. However, that none of them will really tell you about the game. So to give you just a quick intro, Botland's a strategy game where you will create machines with various pieces of weaponry and armor, and then you'll write code for them to control them. And the code that you write can either be in JavaScript or using this visual language that we have. So that's the quick intro. You can find more info on YouTube or anything. Why did that message just get deleted? Dude, if you can make that other camera filming your street, I can change color on your street lamps. Neighbors like Pac-Man. Okay. Well, Quinette, you just typed too many zeros, I think. Otherwise, that was not a spam message. Alright, cool. So we fixed this up. We are now setting up the user-defined namespaces in a more proper fashion. The code execution system is responsible for setting them up. And then what else did we change? Yeah. These were minor things. I actually still have to comment that. Yeah, let's do that really quickly. So in constants, C escaped namespace. See the comments for. And then here, when you try calling a built-in function, it will get escaped with this name. Hey Howard, how's it going? That username? Oh, OMGs. Yeah, I have to always call him OMG. I can't call him by his full name. Are you doing TDD as you go or YOLO? So I'm not doing TDD as in test-driven development. What I am doing is hoping to start testing. So I have a lot of tests in mind that I'm going to write. I just haven't written them. I think in standard TDD, you actually write the tests first and then you develop. And I think that that's very hard for a one-person team. So who's responsible for defining that? That's done. I have not actually finished checking this in, but I think we're fine now because we commented that. Okay. There are also constants for all of the namespaces. Yeah, cool. All right. So what's next on this thing? Clean up the other to-do items. So this still needs to be done to some extent. Yeah, I'm going to write this down here too. And so for people who want to still control my lights, I'm going to turn the color loop off because that way you can actually tweak them. So there we have it. And we want to get to test today at some point. And also being able to do this where you can type out code here and then hit a deploy button or something like that, that would be great, but that's going to take a lot of code changes. So let's finish up let's look at to-do review on the project. This might take a while. Whoop, not responding. Huh. I don't know exactly why it's... Oh, I might be looking through all of my Git files too, in which case this bride's going to crash Sublime. Hey, everyone, is there a way to make it ignore certain files or folders? Can I do that in my Sublime project, actually? Sublime project, ignore files. Or exclude? Yeah, folder exclude patterns. Okay, I gotta do that. I think I just crashed Sublime. Let's just close it. Okay, cool, we're back up to here. So then let's open up the project. Where do I save my projects? I think I put them in user botland. Yeah, there it is. All right, folder exclude patterns is node modules. We're also going to exclude, oh man, this, I don't actually want to exclude this though, that's the issue. Because, well, I do want to exclude the Git folder, I guess, so let's take that out. Yeah, let's open this, go up a couple, and exclude .git. Is that enough for this to just work now? No, possibly not. Oh, it's not the default one? Oh, okay, okay. Then yeah, I'll close Sublime again and we'll go take a look at this. Alright, let's... Actually, we probably do want to exclude that from here anyway, so that now we're not finding Git stuff. Yeah, great. So then let's open up settings for to-do review, settings default, and settings user. So let's take a look at how this works. There's exclude files and exclude folders. Git is already there, so we're going to extend this a little bit and put node modules there too. Let's just do it the same way that we had it here. Star node modules star. Alright, now let's try this to do project. Error trying to parse settings, trailing comma O's. Yeah, that's my bad. Oh, darn it. Sublime's not responding now. Alright, we've only crashed this, what, 4 times? I think we'll, 5th time's the charm. There. To do project. No, why is this still taking a long time then? I wonder what it's running through. Because I don't have that much code. When are you going to do a blog post on your Sublime Text setup and use, Adam? That's a good question. So the real life stuff that I have going on is hopefully calming down a bit. So I should be able to do one at some point. I'll write that down. Make next blog post about Sublime. Make sure to include to-do review. Alright. Kifu. Huh. So yeah, I wonder what this is searching through right now. Let's take a look again at my Sublime project. This. I have node modules and .git being excluded from here. What other files are there that this is trying to hunt through? Oh, things like, oh, the bundle file. Yeah, that definitely needs to be excluded. Yeah, let's do that too. So exclude files. Let's cut out bundle.js. Definitely that. Oh nice, I have quality options. Yeah, that's because Latch is hosting me, and it got me an extra however many viewers and followers, which is awesome. Okay, let's try this now. To do project. We're still not quite there. I'd be fine with this taking about 10 seconds or so, but I think it's doing something more. We probably need to exclude the vendor files too. Yeah, this is still not working. Let's close this one more time. I'll take another stab at this, and then I think it's best to just load the files individually. So I need to figure out what else this is going through that it shouldn't be going through. So let's just close all these things. And then we'll open up one of these. So we have bin we actually want it to go through. Dist we don't want it to go through. We don't want to go through that whole thing actually. So exclude files is there, then exclude folders is dist. And again, we'll put stars around this. I don't know if that's necessary. What else do we have? Node modules we don't want. Public we do want. Routes we really don't care about. And the rest of this is all fine. Also gulp file, I suppose we don't want to look at that. Gulp file.js. Then the rest of these things should all be pretty much fine. So let's try this one more time, and again, if it doesn't work, then we'll just do this individually. Yo, oh, there we go. It worked. It took 10 seconds. And I said I'm okay with 10 seconds, so let's stick by that. Ooh, this is slow. Why is this going slowly though? Oh man, I can't even like scroll this. What is going on? Huh. Alright. Close some of these things. I think I'll just copy this all into another buffer, because I think that buffer is slowing things down. Oh, I can't do that. Well, I can do this. Oh, somehow that made it into here. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it shouldn't be looking at pixie.js or any map files. I think that was the issue. We want to exclude files that contain star.map.js. Let's try this. To do project. Well, I should at least exclude that. Oh, did I disable the host plugin? I might have. No, this is still taking a while. And it's .js.map. Oops. So we just swapped those two things. Alright, please go faster. Well, okay, that took 6 seconds now, and it is only going through my code. We also want to get rid of pixie.js in here. Pixie.js, because we don't care about their to-do items. Let's try one more time. To-do project. This should take like 3 seconds at this point. No, that's still 6. Alright, whatever. Alright, good. We're happy with this. So let's take a look at what we were changing. We'll go through all of these. This should be read from a file. Yeah, we're not going to mess with that. Probably need multiple files. Yeah. So launcher stuff we don't care about. This is and not the direct reference in the server. In fact, the way we're doing it right now, this is actually already done. Serialized bot entity, we're already using that. Hey Panadol Day, are you configuring Git and Sublime? No, I was configuring To Do Review, which is everyone's plugin. And yeah, you can change the video quality thanks to Latch. Is Latch a partner? Chase target system. Yeah, that's going to need a change. What do we have here? Remove this from here. Arena width and arena height. This is the arena width and arena height for single player right now. These only affect single player anyway. Consider moving this to the camera class itself. Yeah, fine. We're really, okay, I'm going to just skip to what we're actually concerned with here, which is like the code execution system. This we do need to change. So let's write this down in this file. Make it so that each bot has its own code cooldown. Take care, FGL Rozak. Thanks for joining. Okay, Airspace says at least I think Latch is a partner. Yeah, I was just curious about that. I'm probably going to apply. The problem is, man, the agreements, the legal stuff that you have to agree to for becoming a partner is very long. I don't have the time to read through that right now. Oops, I should have done that. And I want to read through all of it because one of the things that I read is they have unconditional use of basically everything that's streamed on the channel. Well, one of the things I stream is my code, and I do not want to license anyone to be able to use the code. So how is that impacted? I don't expect Twitch would just start saying, oh, we own Botland now, but if they legally could do that, then maybe I don't want to be a partner. I don't know. Alright, so put this in its own function. Yeah, we still want to do that. And then where else did we modify some of these things? We have Arena, move this to the server. Yeah, so I want to move that to the server then. And I think we're writing a completely new commit at this point. No, we're not. Oh, I just removed a to-do item. Modified some to-do comments. Alright, let's move this to the server. Create bot should be there anyway. So this is currently in the shared arena. We're going to move create bot. And we're going to take wherever it's called from right now, which should just be, yeah, here, game server arena, which already should refer to the server arena. So we take this and we put create bot here. And now ideally this should just work. Let's see. we might not be using all of the same imports, like code component, for example. So yeah, we need to change that too. Oops. Let's put that back there. Oh, someone said if I get partner, I would be able to stream on live coding as well, which again, I don't care so much about, but all right there, I'm just changing my lights. Yeah, I need to look at how that works. All right, so code components no longer being used. Let's see if any of these things are, yeah, that's being used. Constants is being used, good. Indexer names. Entity indexer, yeah, all this stuff is still there. Make bot assemblage is not. And that was coming from here, right? Yeah, make bot assemblage. All right, so we need to include those same sorts of things. Let's take code component from ECS/code component. There is bot assemblage comes from ECS, yes. Good, so let's do that too. Bot assemblage. And then what else am I using down here? So that's all this stuff. Code component. Yeah, we did. Bot assemblage comes from there. That's not totally correct, is it? Make bot assemblage is what we want. Yeah. Bot assemblage. Okay, good. I highly doubt you could, as any content you produce has to be Twitch exclusive for, I think, for 2 weeks. Okay. Someone, I wrote this down in here. If I get partner on Twitch, then I don't know who said that though. And I don't want to hold them to it or something. I was just curious. And I need to look into that more. So we moved this to the server. Let's make sure it still works. Yep. Everything's fine. Okay. So, yep, all we did was remove it from the other file and put it in this file. Yeah, I think that's good. You can get rid of this line. Yep, okay, so moved create bot from the shared arena to the server arena. And one last thing, let's just check the imports. We moved 2 from there and 2 into there. Good. That looks good. All right, good. We're getting closer to where we want to be so that we can test things. Make it so that each bot has its own code cooldown. Should that go into the code component? Like, should I put a cooldown in here? And yeah, I think so. I think that makes the most sense. We can, yeah, let's do that. We're gonna say this dot cooldown, like code execution cooldown. No, let's just call it cooldown. GoodXT says, can you show us the game? Yes, what little there is of it. I've been streaming for only about 3 weeks now, and this is what, day 14 of the game? So it's been 2 solid weeks of development, and this is what I have so far. So Botland is a strategy game where you create these machines, and you can give them different strategic weapons or armor. So maybe you want shields on your bot and no weapons. Maybe you want all weapons and no armor or shields or speed at all. And then you will write code for them. So the code that I have written here is not what you'll see show up here. It's something like, let's just say it's move right or move left. It's something along those lines. Oops, that's not how you close the code thing. And if you don't want to write JavaScript code, you can write Blockly code, which is very visual. So as long as you can connect these blocks, you can write a program that'll work. So yeah, that's what we have so far. Later on, maybe on Friday, but probably not, probably next week, we'll start to add in something like the bots can shoot lasers at each other and they'll actually destroy each other and everything else. So yeah, that's what we have so far. And we only just got to this point today where the bot's actually moving around. So it's starting to look good. Now the cooldown is actually based on the game mode that we're in. So the code execution system has what I'm calling a tick time. This dot tick time equals, let's say, 1,000. GoodXT says, cool, what platforms do you want to distribute through? This will be a browser game, so tablet, phone, PC, really anything with a browser that supports WebGL. Beauty Mark Studio says, what was it that you just called the puzzle piece visual code? Yeah, it's Blockly. OP. Okay, so we have a tick time here. And I think when we deploy a bot for the first time, we set its cooldown to 0. That way it gets at least 1 turn. So yeah, I've written a prototype for this game. It took me about 7 months to do. And one of the problems in the prototype was that when you finally put a bot into the arena, it had to wait however long its turn was. So let's say a second before it actually got to act. Well, it might get blasted by 4 different lasers before it actually gets its first turn. So we're changing that so that when you get deployed, you will get a turn immediately. Well, Roving Eye, does your Amiga have a WebGL browser? Because I doubt it. Does it have a WebGL browser? There is no way it has a WebGL browser. Okay, so we have a tick time set here. We're going to set the cooldown equal to 0. Time in MS until this bot can execute code again. Wairaro says, provides for direct compile the Sublime text. I am not sure what you're asking. And Mark's Game says, how is this different from the tens of similar games? So what I've seen from all of the other games that I've looked at when I was doing some market research, those games are not as focused on the real-time aspect. There are a couple that are, but then they're more focused at coders. So I think what differentiates this game is it's like more real-time, and it's still turn-based, but it just takes place quickly, and less focused on the coding aspect. So I've looked at code for these other games, and the code that you write is code like, let me find something that looks decently complex enough. It's code like this stuff almost, where it's dense and you have to write functions in there and callbacks and follow all these different guidelines that they have. One of the things about Botland is you will have this visual coding, so you can use that if you want, but you'll also have these pre-made scripts. It's more focused on the strategy element than the coding element. Then the other part that I said was the more real-time aspect. Your bots will actually execute their code in something, on average, about 2 or 3 milliseconds. The way that these other systems work, they execute your code inside of a VM. Whether that's a new process or it's actually a real VM is up to them. But because of that, they have all of this overhead where they can't execute code as quickly. The way that I get around doing that is that when I validate your code, I actually transform it into something that I can call directly. So this is the code that this got transformed to, but it doesn't look exactly the same. We added in a function called check time. We are escaping some of our different functions that you're calling. Even when you try adding 2 variables, if you say b equals a plus 5, it gets escaped into an add function. And then other little differences will be sort of how the game is set up, the game modes. There might be a capture the flag game mode in here. Other games I've seen like this are more sort of mini game-ish. I'm not sure. Marks, hopefully that answers your question. Let me know if I didn't answer it. Okay, so make it so that each bot has its own code cooldown. We put the cooldown in here. We could add a function here. So I wrote this entity component system with pure entities in mind and pure components in mind, where components are just data. However, having functions like what I'm about to write, like is ready, return this dot cooldown is less than or equal to 0, this is totally fine because this is a function without side effects. So as far as I'm concerned, this is totally okay to have in a component. So next, when we actually want to go execute this code, what we do is we check to see if we have hit our cooldown. So let's do this. We go over each entity. We do need to get its code component now. So let's write get component code. We have its code component. We can say if code component dot ready. Mark's Game says almost. Oh well, you should let me know what specific question you have then, because I probably just kept talking. When can we play it? Probably about 1.5 years from now. That's when you can play the finished version. When can you play just any version of this? You can play what you see here, hopefully in about 2 weeks, I just signed up for the BizSpark program, which is something that Microsoft provides, and it'll let me set up a VPS so that I could deploy code there and then host this content for you guys. And again, there won't be much of a game at first. At first, it'll just be how can you write different move commands, really, because that's all that this allows you to do right now. Eventually, yeah, as the game gets fleshed out, you guys will be able to play more and more of it. Let's see, Deathmatch, CTF, Battle Royale, etc. Yeah. And when I started writing this game, I don't think any of those, well, not this particular game, when I started writing Botland, I don't think any of these games are even on the market. I don't know if that's the case because I don't know what happened 5 years ago. But I started writing the original Botland, which was this thing. This was, actually you can just read the file date. It's from 10/17/2010. So that's when I started this, which was the prototype for the first like 3 iterations of this game. And this one you could move around, and the way that you programmed in here was by doing things like this. Move right, down, left, up, and then I save it, and look, there, my bot is doing what I wanted to do. But this was just a really quick prototype. There wasn't much to this game. OMG says, will this be multiplayer? I mean the test phase? Yeah, almost definitely. I maybe the first week or two is just single player, but yeah, I think very quickly, as soon as what you see on my computer ends up being multiplayer, it'll be multiplayer on the test server too. I'm not going to maintain a test server that's got a totally different code base. I don't have the bandwidth for that. By bandwidth, I mean like my bandwidth, not the internet's bandwidth. Alright, so we're going to get rid of this cooldown from in here because we want it so that the bots have their own cooldown. Actually, this is going to be cooldown for all bots. This may change based on game modes. Yeah, so whenever a bot actually executes its code, regardless of whether it worked or not, we're going to say code component dot cooldown equals this dot tick time. So we'll reset this, and then if it's not ready to execute, then we'll just continue on to the next entity. Now this should be changed at some point, probably to a callback based function. But for now, I think this is fine. So we're going to get rid of all of this delta time. Yeah. And all we do here is code component dot cooldown minus equal delta time. Yep. So that should be pretty good. And now if we were to rerun this, we should have exactly the same appearance, but now each bot has its own cooldown. I named this is ready, not ready. So we wait for it to finish building, then we rerun this. And yeah, good. It looks exactly the same. So that's good. That's what we expected. Mark's Game says, will there be some sort of documentation for the game API or whatever you call it? Yes, except I should hope that no one really has to look at that. So if you go to this video that I'm about to send you, you'll see a prototype for how you might end up coding if you actually know JavaScript. So if you know JavaScript, like me, I know JavaScript. If I want to go play a game, I don't want to go look at its documentation because I'm a lazy user. I want to just start coding. So in that video, you'll see how we, whoops, I just closed chat. We'll see how I address that. And I think the way that I addressed it is a pretty satisfactory way for players. And if you don't know JavaScript, you're not going to be coding in JavaScript, so you'll just use Blockly. And then again, I think that's a pretty good way for you to code. Alright, we've set this up so that now bots have their own cooldown. We have a tick time in here. Yep. Yeah, I think this is fine. And yeah, that's fine. Let's just keep it that way. And we'll just put a comment for that then. Code component is ready, and the comment is returns true, well, already here. True if the cooldown is low enough to take a turn. And we just want to lowercase that. Nice. So bots have their own cooldown in their code components. Okay. What should I do if I don't know JavaScript? Yeah, you can use Blockly or you can use pre-made scripts. So even if you don't know JavaScript, everyone has the ability to read the comments in the JavaScript. So each pre-made script, imagine if this was pre-made, the comment at the top would say like, doesn't move, shoots lasers at enemies, something like that. So if you want to use this pre-made script, someone just copy paste it into your code. As long as I make sure that the comment is explanatory enough, then this stuff shouldn't matter to people who don't understand the code. Oh no, I know, Roving Eye. I'm still explaining it for the people who are new because there are enough new people in here. Alright, so we checked that in, right? Yeah, good. Okay, we did. Alright. And then I want to do this too. I want to take it actually directly from the prototype. So we had this here. Ensure code was evaluated. And this code was much worse. Oh, also I'm not using Winston. Oops. At some point, it's longer for everything. Get rid of console call. If user don't know Java, user read Java comments. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you, Roving Eye. Oops. No, new lines don't work in Twitch chat. I think that's kind of silly too, because I tried pasting code into there and it didn't work. So actually, yeah, one of the things you can see on my Twitch channel, let me find this. I wrote some example code that you guys can check out. So if I just pause this, okay, actually let's just find it down here. So yeah, annotated code. I can paste this into the chat. So this is code that you might actually write in Botland. And it's pretty simple to understand. If you know JavaScript, then you can pretty much just read the function names. Find the closest enemy. And I don't need to write the code for what this does. This is just given to me. So find the closest enemy. If it's there, try shooting a bunch of stuff at it. If I'm not close enough to do that, then try moving closer. If none of that happened, so there was no enemy, then just try harvesting if I can. And if that's not possible, then try moving closer to a resource. And if that's not possible, then just move randomly. So we can kind of read through all this code without knowing too much about the game. And then that was the unannotated version. This is the exact same thing, but just with more comments and more functions. So you can write functions if you want to, but you don't have to write utility functions. For code, you should use Pastebin or something. That would be a very different game, I think. Alright, yeah, eventually do that. So this is the part I want to do now, where ensure code was evaluated. I actually can just do that in the arena. I just don't think it's a good idea to do that there. So let's change this a bit. The winner is the bot with the most resources harvested in some time. Yeah, I welcome game mode ideas. I think Harvester is one where it's interesting. I'll write it down to talk about it. Talk with Ian. Game mode where harvesting is the focus. Who has the most resources at the end. And every game mode that I end up adding will sort of split the player base a little bit more. So just like in any other game where you have a death match and you have team matches and you have capture the flag and you have anything else, there's going to be a certain user group that likes this one and a certain user group that likes this one. Well, the problem is at launch, we won't have users really. It'll be you guys who are in Twitch chat who are playing the game and hopefully sharing it with your friends. So I don't want the 60 of you to be in 60 different servers. Agar IO mode. Bots grow as you eat other bots. Yeah, I actually think one of the powerful things about Botland is that hopefully we can accommodate almost every other kind of game type in this. So it'll become a game of games, a sort of platform. Mark's game says, where's the code executed, client or server? So it's executed on the server, and the way that I handle evil code is by validating all of it. And this is what I was kind of showing you a bit earlier. So this function that I've written here, let's say we try calling eval evil code. it'll highlight this as an error. You're trying to call a val, but it's not recognized as a built-in function. If you all of a sudden define a val, now the code is successful, but you can see that you're not calling the eval that you think you're calling. You're calling some escaped version of it. Now, how do you prevent other evil code like this? A equals hello, A plus equal A plus equal A. This is also evil code, and it doesn't look evil, but it eventually will fill someone's memory. And the way that we get around something like this is by escaping the add function. So eventually, all of your code can be executed, hopefully safely, and that's what we're going to start to write tests for today. And we can run it on a server without fear that they'll break out of this sandbox. And this, by the way, is one of the differentiating factors of Botland. And all of these other games, they run it in a VM, so their minimum overhead is like 5 milliseconds. In Botland, if a bot wants to run a code in like 1 millisecond or 2 milliseconds, it can do that. All right. So yeah, this should be part of the let's see, server arena. We want to put this into the code execution system. So we actually don't want this here. We want to only make sure once it was successful that we do this. And how are we going to do that? I guess we can just call into the code execution system. Ensuring, okay, like, how do we do this? Set up bot namespace. And we pass in an entity. Or we can pass in as just the namespace. Yeah. Namespace. So here's what we'll do. If the code is successful and we can actually deploy the bot, then we will now... Actually, how are we going to do this? So set up bot global code. Yeah, that's what we'll do. And we'll put all of this in there. So this dot code execution system dot setup bot global code, and we pass in. Fine. We'll pass in a couple of things. We'll pass in the bot specific namespace, and then the modified code. Code analysis dot modified code. Actually, rather the code component. Let's do that. Yeah. So bot specific namespace and code component. Here's what we're going to do in here. We'll say code component dot validated code. All right, cool. What else is going on in chat? Because you transpile, we could write in another language if you had a transpiler for it. Wait, what? And because you transpile, we could write in another language if you had a transpiler for it? You could transpile things yourself, I suppose, but I don't allow you to write in anything other than really like ES5 with a sprinkling of ES6. Wouter says, doing some work here on the side, does anyone ever hear of a bingo with minimum age? No. Mark's name says, so it won't let anyone allocate like a gig of RAM or run a huge loop with or endless recursion. Yeah, that's true. Mark's games, it won't let you do those things. And then everyone says you might want to look into running the code into something like this, a VM, just for the timeouts. So the timeouts, I've coded myself by using Node's VM as inspiration. And some of the things that I point out here actually is that I filed a bug a while ago. Yeah, this. So I filed a bug on Node's VM when I was prototyping all of this stuff, and they just never fixed it. So in this bug, if you copy paste this code into your console and try running it on Windows, it'll eventually just hang. And I just didn't want to trust that. But I still need to escape code because you could still run into memory issues here. If you try running code in a VM that fills 5 gigabytes of memory and you don't have 5 gigabytes, it'll just crash all of Node, regardless of whether it's in a VM or not. So yeah, that's why everyone, I'm not actually using the VM. And Tuga says using that OneNote very well, presumably because he's never seen me click this icon. I actually use it extensively. I just need to make sure to keep it off stream. So I only go to it when I actually need something so that you guys don't have to wonder what I'm looking at off screen. So here's what we'll do. Take the validated code. So first make sure that they have a container for their code, and we can make this ever so slightly shorter by doing that. Then evalids code, oh yeah. Evalids code in order to put its top level function into our escape namespace. You should CC that bug on the new Node.js repo. That's the old one. Oh, I'm not actually too concerned with whether that gets fixed or not. But that is something I should write down. There's a new Node.js repo. I should copy the bug over there. All right. Okay. So we have this set up here now. We're going to say that this is a string and this is a code component, and it doesn't return anything. What this does is evaluates the user-defined code so that the top-level functions are in a valid global namespace. Now, at some point, we'll need to delete that bot-specific namespace, and that's where we would do this. So destroy bot global code bot-specific namespace. We can say delete bot-specific namespace. We can't actually do that. We need to find that object and then delete it that way. Let's get rid of this code for now. Stream is really bad here too. It just stopped. I'm not even dropping frames from what I see here. Also, I'm going to set my lights back to white. Is that happening for a lot of people? Is the stream crashing for a lot of people? Okay. So we have a setup function for this. This actually doesn't need to be an eval. And this is where I want to look at Lodash really quickly, because there was a way in Google Closure Library to do this where you could get an object based on its path. So I don't know how we do this. Get object path gets the property value at path of object. Oh, this sounds like it. Let's load up a JS fiddle and see if it works. So how do we want to test this? We want to say that A is an object of B, which is an object of C, which has 5. Sure. Then we want to do _.get A B dot C. Does this work? Can we run this? This should print 5, or rather it should alert 5. Whoops. I don't even think that worked. Get is not a function. What? It is to a function. It's right here. _.get A. Is there a different Lodash that I can use? Oh, weird. Is this something that they added in version 3? Yeah, I guess we need to write our own thing for this. So let's open up on my desktop. I think I have something like test HTML. Yeah, let's open up both of these things. Am I using Lodash in here? No, so let's get it from a CDN. And we want Lodash, whatever the newest version is. So yep, this is good. Let's take this, uncomment that, and put that there. Yeah. So now we have Lodash. Now what we want to do is that same code that we had before. So A equals B colon C. No, whoops. How did I do this? I just want this. And then we do console.log _.get A B dot C. So does this work? Yeah, 5. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, and thanks everyone. And hey, Coffee Kills. Okay, so if that works, then what that means we can do is this. We can do, well, we need Lodash first. Oh, we have it. Okay. So So we can do _.get global and then bot specific namespace. Now, is this correct? No, maybe we can't do this. No, I think we do have to eval it. Let's put a debugger here because I'm not totally sure. Alright, this should break in good. So what we want to do, what is bot specific namespace? Yeah, it's this. What we want to do is set that equal to, so we can't just do global bot specific namespace. Because that's going to treat it all as a string. So we have to do _.get global bot specific namespace. And that's going to be undefined. But we can't set that equal to a new object because, oh, there might be a set. Aha. Set. Neat. Okay, let's put that here, and that way we save ourselves an eval call. So now if we type global.b_.id0, good, okay, that's what we want. Alright, so let's do that. _.set global bot specific namespace and an empty object. Good. Alright, now let's see. That's good. We don't need to use eval. We actually only need to do this once, but this is only called once right now, and it's only called when the bot is deployed. And if we did it multiple times, it would actually be pretty much okay. Now we should call their init function as soon as we do this. No, that's not true, we shouldn't. We should do it if that bot's init hasn't been called before. Yeah, we need to do that eventually. I think we're gonna just check in what we have now. Let's take a look. So eval bot specific namespace is no longer there. Let's just set up bot global code. Yeah. Refactor the setup for user defined code out of Arena and into code execution system. Alright, so that part's done. This and this, those are done. So next up, we have to make these things work. And this I have already done in here. There was an onDestroy function. Yeah, and I saved them all off. So that when a machine was about to be destroyed, we ran the onDestroy function, and then at some point though, we delete the... Where do we delete that? Delete... Oh, come on. Delete machine-specific namespace. And all this does is we get the object and then we delete it. Good, so we need something like that here too. So we need an onDestroy function and then we need to call... And actually, the way that we can do this, I think we can attempt to call their onDestroy whether it exists or not and just catch an error. Alright, let's get init working first. Let's just do that. So, make user defined init work, and then onDestroy is next. Then we do this, and then we will eventually take this. That's actually not something we're going to do today. So I think this is what's going to happen today. We're going to finish this stuff so the user defined code works. Alright, let's make init work. When does init work? It works once the bot gets its first turn, I guess I would say. So we can have the code component keep track of whether init was run. That's one way we can do this. So this dot ran init equals false. And then in the code execution system, if we get our turn, if not this not code component dot ran init, then code component dot ran init equals true. Now we want to actually execute a user defined function. So eval user defined function name. So we're going to put this code into its own function, as I mentioned before. This eval user defined function update, and then this will be init. All right, and then what we're going to do is eval this dot function name. All right. How does that get transpiled? I don't want to trust the transpiler with this, actually. We're just going to do this the way that it was before. Okay. So now we get the specific namespace, which really we should put into the code component. Does it make sense to do that? I think it makes sense. We only create the component once. So fine, we'll put that in there too. Bot specific namespace. And in the code component, we take in validated code is also going to have this. And then bot specific namespace is also a string. So we save all of that. We need to write comments for this. So to do write comments for all of this. It says why not use code executor entities for each entity, whatever, instead of the for let. It avoids the function call. So, yeah, the whole entity to this is going to be a function call each time. It's not important. I think if the code is more readable that way, I should do it that way. Actually, it might not even be a function call because it gets transpiled to ES5. No, it almost certainly is. But still, oh yeah, that's a good suggestion. I think I'll try writing for let as array dot for each entity dash something. Let's see if I like it better. All right. So we tested that stuff out. So in here, yeah, we want to write comments for all this. Now that we have this specific namespace, there are a couple of things that are going to change. One of them is this get bot specific namespace. We can actually just pass in a code component, or rather, yeah, let's pass in the code component. So we can do code component dot bot specific namespace, and then in here we can pass that in. So let's put that there. And then there's one other place where we used a namespace where we don't need to now. I think it's this, yes. We can take that from here. So this is no longer passed in, and setup bot global code is no longer used in the same way that it was before. And then we just need to make sure that the code component is getting its namespace, which it is. Okay. Next up, we want to actually call the correct function. We do that here. And then we want to make sure this is not error running update, this is error running function name. And we don't want to keep this in forever. So let's just try this now. We don't have an update function or an init function. So what we should see is that there's an error once with error running init. It's not a function. Okay, good. But our update function is getting called. So now if we give it an update function or an init function, and we say init equals function move up. So this is technically invalid, and one of the things we're going to need to do is prevent terminators in non-update code, and then also make terminators end your execution. So this will move up, but I don't want it to. But we haven't fixed that yet. So the first thing it does is move up, and then it does this. So we know that init is getting called when it's defined. That's fine. And and I think we're going to check this in, and then we'll fix up those other couple of things. Oh, it says I was thinking more for readability, but yeah, it would be compiled as a function call in ES5, so it might not be worth it. I think readability is more important than performance at this point, and if I find out that I need to benefit, or I need to optimize things, then I should make those changes later. I think pre-optimizing is sometimes bad. Alright, we're going to delete this semicolon just because I don't want it to show as a git change, and it's functionally identical to JavaScript anyway. So now code components, code component now keeps track of the bot specific namespace, so we don't need to pass it around everywhere. And then what was the other thing we changed? We now have a way of calling the init function. Yeah. Yep, okay, good. So we now call a user-defined init function regardless of whether it exists. And we simply ignore errors from that function. And that's the more important thing to put, so we'll put that on top. Oh, whoops, we can't check this in yet. I have not cleaned up the code. All right, let's take a look. Code execution system, that looks fine. This needs to be commented, and that looks fine. So let's go into ces.js. CESys, there we go. Eval, we put a comment here. Evaluates a particular user-defined code function. The code component is of type code component. For the bot. The function name is a string. Something like init or update, and it does not return anything. Note if their function doesn't exist, we'll just enter the catch block below. Alright, and we call this just fine. So, looks good. We only call init once, as evidenced by us only moving up once, and then we set ran init to true, so that's fine. Then we just have to comment things in here. So in code component, let's go in here and comment all of this. This is a string, and it's the user written code as is. And then this is the user written code after having been run through the software validator. Then this is something like C, there's a constant thing where I wrote this here. C, how do I want to write this? Because like there's a function that gets this, and I don't want to have to write this multiple times. It's right there, get bot specific namespace. Where is this defined? Here. Yeah. String the part before the update in the above example. So it's going to be just this. Well, before the dot update. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so C get bot specific namespace for what this, for the format of this. And this is a string. Okay, and then this is a boolean where true only after we run init. I mean, pretty self-explanatory. Then we just check for all of these things being the right types. I think this looks good now. We've commented everything. We're going to check in just after making sure that all this looks good. Yes, that was actually, wait, is that good? We got rid of bot specific namespace from these things. We should check that one more time. See you, William. Thanks for joining. So let's see, we use it here, we use it here. Yeah, that's fine. We use it here, good. Set, good. Also good, and good. Good, 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 good. Yeah, all of those are fine. Now what do we have here? Code component, run those functions, that looks good. The arena, we just put another comment, and then we comment all of these things. Great. Let's push the code because it's been long enough. We're also going to eventually run the linter, and that'll just be its own pass because we just pushed. So let's do botland client and pre-commit, which is now a post commit. And then sometime in the next half hour or so, I'm going to go to lunch. So I want to remind you guys of this. Points help. There's one thing you can spend your points on right now. It costs 50 points. If you type paying lunch BRB, it will be on my BRB screen. Alright, so we just got to fix these. These should be incredibly easy to fix. We accidentally tapped that in wrong, so that's done. Expects valid type instead of type. Whoops, that's a string. Good. Eval can be harmful. Oh, I know. JS hint, ignore line. But why do we have two evals? Where's the other one coming from? Yeah, what? Why are there two of these? Set up bot global code. Oh, okay. This puts things into the global scope for us. So yeah, we do want two evals. I have yet to see any mention of burning horse bots. I think you may have forgotten. You saved the best for last. I'm sure you've heard that before. This is an extra space. One space required after catch. You have to put it like that? That seems kind of strange. Illegal trailing white space. Yeah, so this is all just like trivially easy to fix this stuff because they're just linting errors and code style errors. Missing line feed at end. That shouldn't even be possible. Every time I save a file, it puts a line feed at the end. I must just not run that. JS hint failed for this. Missing line feed at end. Okay, well there we go. So let's rerun pre-commit and it should just be successful. Suppressing a potential spread operator error. Yep, that looks good. Let's check in. So we just modified a bunch of files, fixed linting and code style errors. And we'll just take a very quick look through this. That's fine. That's JS hint ignore on that stuff. That's fine. There's white space, a line at the end, a line at the end. Fix the brace and inputted a type. Good. I kind of want to play gambling chatbot games with my points. I've disabled all those for now because PhantomBot is really, really insecure. Insecure makes it sound like it's got a personality problem. What I mean is it's not secure. If you were to do something like this, last scene /w adam13531 hello, that would have worked. Now if you try typing that, it removes the slash because I made it do that. But before, this would have actually just whispered me. And why that's a huge problem is because then you could use the bot in my channel to go whisper other people on Twitch. And you could spam people using my own bot. So I'm not happy with PhantomBot in that sense. They should have escaped every sort of user input that they have. I shouldn't have had to write my own. Alright, so if no one wants to do the whole BRB lunch thing, then it'll just be demonic since he paid 3 times. Should have a game where people bet on which color the lights will be, and then Adam could write something to set the color of the lights after a certain amount of time. Yeah, I want to have more interaction with the bot. Right now, the only thing that happens is when you follow me, you get a whisper from the bot with a link to control the lights in my room, which is pretty cool interaction, I think. But a lot of people have already used that by now. Okay, so try writing this. Let's do it and just see whether we like how this looks better. So we'll go into the code execution system, and this is what Oyed was talking about earlier. Metsuro, you can't actually type the right thing. There we go. Alright. So yeah, let's rewrite it as this. We'll do code executor entities dot for each, and we take in an entity and we map it to a function that does this. Yeah, I don't think I actually like this better, only because it's still tabbed in the same amount, and we still need to, well, this would be an entity ID, and we'd still need to put all the same code in here. Plus, I know what gets put into these objects, so I know that this won't ever give me properties that I don't expect. So I think we're going to leave it as is for now, which let's Control-Z all of that, yeah. And let Destadom have some of the glory. Did I miss something? Hang on, let's take a look. Who's on the lunch BRB thing? cd token s launch brb Metsudo. Okay, yeah. So here's who's going to be on the Lunch BRB thing for today. Demonic and Metsudo. I don't think it's a good idea for me to start more code right now. What else is on here? Make user defined init work. No, let's do one more thing, I guess. Let's prevent terminators and non-update code. So the way that I did this before, when you tried running a terminator, like move, where is move? There was a check to see if you can run a terminator first. And all that was, where is that function defined? Allowed to run terminators, which actually this shouldn't be a function. This should just be a check on this variable. Yeah. And we only set it to true when we call update, and then we set it to false immediately after. So yeah, let's do something like that pretty quickly. So we're going to say, when we set up a new bot, we'll say this dot can run terminators equals false. So the only way you can run terminators is if you're running update. So if function name equals update, then this dot can run terminators equals true. And then regardless of whatever it used to be, we set it to false at the end. Then in the move function, we say if not can run terminators, then just return. Now, when we go into server arena.js and we write an init function that tries to move up, and then let's write something that actually will work in here. Let's make a print function. Print text console.log printing text from this .active bot. What is this? This is an entity, right? Whatever. Printing text from a bot text. Okay, so then we'll put the print function at the end, so that this should still get called hello world. But the other stuff shouldn't be. Print is not defined. Whoops. We've got to make print a built-in function. Is built-in, searches built-in functions equals this. So let's just add print in here. Is that going to rebuild? Yeah. Alright, did that work? Printing text from a bot, hello world. So yeah, we did not move up a whole bunch of times, but we did end up printing. So essentially these were all commented out. And that's one of the quirks of Botland. Like, you shouldn't be able to write fire lasers a million times in your init function, because then as soon as you enter the arena, you will... Oh, actually, you know one way we could do this? No, we're not going to do that. Okay. How is this going to work, actually? Yeah, I think we screwed up the semantics a little bit of this. Specifically, your init function gets called the first time we try executing code on your machine. I think that's okay. There's no guarantee right now that your machine actually gets a turn, though. Two potential problems. One, your init function runs when your bot gets a turn. Oops. Not when it's deployed into the arena. And then two, there's no guarantee that you get a turn after deploying, since we iterate over entities in order. We'll need to come up with solutions for that stuff, but for right now, did we solve the problem that we had here? Yeah, move up now no longer works from non-update code. So let's do a couple other things. We'll say user defined update name equals update. And then everywhere that we have update, we need to make sure that we're using this. This is the name of the function that gets called when the bot gets their turn. So when we call this, we're going to do constants.user-defined update name, and then in here we're going to check that same thing. So only if you're calling the update function. Now, similarly, we want to put two more of these. One for init, and then one for onDestroy. Alright. This is the name of the function that gets called. I'll just write this is the name of when a bot is deployed and when a bot is destroyed. They rhyme. And then we actually make use of these in all of the different places. Constants.that, and then the software validator, we probably have updates somewhere in here. Yeah, this, constants dot, whatever it is, the update. And onDestroy, do we allow that? Oh, that's just another function you can define, but it's not special. Okay, so if you haven't run init, we run init. We check to see if you can run terminators. We should really put some of these things into the constructor, like that. These things at least. The bot whose code is currently running, and this is of type entity, and it starts as null. And if true, we allow terminators to work. We only enable this functionality inside the user-defined update function. Alright, what changes did we just make? I think that was fast enough so that it was worth doing before lunch. This, I kind of just want to cut out this stuff. Print hello world is a function that users cannot have access to. Because yeah, we can't let people have access to this. So we basically need to check if we're in any sort of real environment, we need to turn this off. However, it's very useful for me to have. So I think here's what we're going to do. We'll write BizSpark. BPS stuff, here we go. I'll write BizSpark in here. Make sure modify the code, include any relevant things part of the deploy script, including relevant licenses for deploying. These are people who use it. Yeah. Okay, so make sure the print function is not accessible to users. Perhaps just base this on an environment variable. Load versus prime. I don't know. We're going to need to cross that bridge when we come to it. For right now, this is how I want to do things so that I have a print function. And the only thing that's harmful about it is you're spamming someone's file system at that point. Which even that has limits on it. Like the logger only allows so many megabytes in the log. So the bot whose code is currently running, yeah, we have that. So this is, let's go back to the code execution system. And here we're going to put our usual notice of Terminator available to users. Let's take that same text and put that in here. Terminator available to users, and then that other thing is built-in function available to users. Logs text to the console. Alright, good. Then you just put that there. Alright. So you know what, we should do this the opposite way. We should always set this. This dot can run terminators equals, the function name is update. There. Now the only way you can run terminators is in the case, you can only run terminators in the update function. Alright, I'm happy with that. So setting this to false when we start a bot is not really important anymore, but we will leave it that way. That way if we ever screw up the code that they don't all of a sudden get that. Well, this is the whole reason why we run a test suite. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting challenge for after lunch. So we're running user defined code. We made constants out of it. So let's see. We actually did a few things. Made constants out of init, update, and on destroy. You can only call terminators when in the update function. And what else did I do here? Oh, added in the print function. Yeah. Added in the print function. All right, so let's check that in. And then let's do a couple other last minute things. One is the typical pre-commit, and then the other one was we want to run our test. So file end tests, and we'll just say run from here. So do we have any problems here? No. And then do we have any problems in our test? You're about to find out. Nope, 100 tests passed. Okay, and these are just for the software validator. The reason why I was testing that is because I made a constant out of the init function. Also, it's just good to run them. So I think I'm going to take lunch. If any last couple of people want to run lunch BRB, feel free. That'll cost you 50 points, and then you'll end up in my BRB screen. So, and then we'll fix these potential problems after lunch, I think. So let's just clean this stuff up, make sure we've got a clean slate for later. And let's take a look at, we'll look at who's in our lunch BRB system. Yeah, so it's Metsudo and Demonic. So we're gonna need to remove them at the end of the day. Metsudo and Demonic from the lunch BRB list. All right. Well, I'll be back in a bit. I almost always go under the ETA that I have here, but it's still worth at least showing something. So we will just, go away. I'll see you guys after lunch. So thank you all the new followers for checking this out. And yeah, I'll be back in a bit. And you can see this is what the BRB lunch thing does. So yeah, bye. All right. All right, let's see what I missed in chat. I don't think there are going to be credits for Botland. Maybe there'd be like an about page or something. The only reason I'm in the credits is I bought into it and it was a charity game and they actually donated all the proceeds to charity. Oh wow. Oh my god. That streaming schedule is crazy. 24 hours a day and 3 shifts for 2 weeks. I feel bad for the people who had the night shifts. Those late night periods with no one to talk to gets boring fast. Someone made a Linux terminal or something with a browser. Huh. Neat. Okay. So yeah, back from lunch. We're going to focus on some tests today. So let's think of how, first of all, where do we leave off? Let's close all this stuff. Yeah, everything's committed that we had. We had these 2 potential problems. Man, every time I leave the stream, I always think, God, I really want to work on Botland for like another hour. But then I think, no, I've got other commitments, I've got other things I want to do, so I just wait until the next day. Plus, it's something I've run into, which I'm sure a lot of other people in this channel have run into if you're programmers. Sometimes you feel like you can do something, and you can. Let's say Monday, so you had a weekend break, and you're like, I can code for longer than 8 hours, I'll do 12 hours. And then it turns out that Tuesday ends up being a huge waste of time because you burned yourself out from Monday. That happens to me sometimes too, which is why I've been very wary to not extend stream longer than about half an hour or start too early. So there have been some 8.5 hour streams where I took only a 20-minute break and then bathroom breaks. Yeah, and I'm usually pretty tired by the end of those. So my lunch breaks have been going into the 30-minute territory now. Alright, so your init function runs when your bucket's a turn, not when it's deployed into the arena. I think so we could solve both of these problems by running your update function as soon as your bot has been deployed. Oh, roving eye. I'm not talking about whether an 8-hour day can be productive or not. I'm saying that after working for something like 10 or 12 hours straight, it's very hard to come into work the next day, even if you like what you're doing, and still focus. You only have so much energy you can apply to a problem. So, alright, let's see if we were to do something this way. We're going to go into Game Server Arena. And we're going to take a look at, this is where a bot gets deployed. So what we could do is say something like execute code immediately. This would need to be done. This would need to be done after we've serialized the bot and sent it to everybody. And then we can count on TCP getting the ordering correct. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think we'll do it that way. So as soon as your bot gets deployed, it will run its first command. Alright, let's do this here. So this .code execution system .bot was deployed. And we pass in, I guess, a couple of things. The bot and the code component. And then in the code execution system, sometimes the most inspired thoughts come away from the problem. Yeah, some of the things I noticed, sometimes I think of a solution to a problem when I'm about to go to sleep or when I'm in the shower or something like that. And that just staring at a problem for 4 hours straight does not necessarily get me any closer to solving it. Especially if you're not organized with how you go about solving it, because in hour 2 you might have done something that you forget, and then you return to in hour 4 only to repeat what you've done, essentially. So let's try adding this in. Bot was deployed, or rather, we'll say bot was deployed. So bot was deployed takes in a bot entity and a code component. When a bot is deployed, we set up its code, run the init function, and then run the update function. That way, a bot at least gets to take one action before it may get obliterated by a barrage of lasers. So the bot entity is of type entity, the code component is a code component, the code component of the given bot, and it doesn't return anything. So let's do a couple things. We need to do this.setup, set up the code on that, and then we actually want to run. Well, there are a couple things that this does. So when we evaluate a user-defined function, if it was update, so let's do this. Const is running update equals this is running update, and then if is running update, then we reset the cooldown. Oh, setup active bot is needed also. Yes. Let's do that too. And then this dot run, what did I call that function? Eval user defined function. Eval user defined function constants dot, we'll run init, and then we'll run update. So now init does not go there, it goes here. So we do that, and then we do that. Okay, good. I think this looks pretty straightforward. So now when we actually update something, we just call setup active bot and then run a user defined function. Yes. Yeah. No, this won't work. Really? Can run terminators is right. What is setup active bot? We keep track of how long code has been executing for. And then, so if init takes too long, we need to be able to stop that from working too. So some of the tests, code execution test, make sure no infinite loops in init, on destroy, or update. How do we even test on destroy? I mean, first we can just visually verify that this is the case. So if we run a function and it takes too long, this eval call will be here, and check time, where is the time? Code execution start time. Actually, I guess the worst case scenario is we err on the side of caution. If a function, if we don't call setup active bot, then code execution time will be set to sometime long in the past. And in that case, you will always exit immediately. So this is the time in MS that, in MS, when the code started executing. All right, what do we just do? because we just coded stuff that we needed to code, but I don't remember any of it now. So yeah, when a bot is deployed, we run init and update immediately. And everything already looks pretty good. So let's see if that worked. It didn't quite, because we have to name this bot entity. So on line 58 of this file, this is bot entity. And let's take a look at our gulp. There we go. Alright, so we still have our bot moving back and forth. Wonderful. Alright, so when a bot is deployed, its init and update functions are immediately run. That way no other bot can interrupt them, e.g. by killing them. The newly created bot. Let's just look through this code one last time. So we moved this here, and I need to write a comment about that. We can't execute code until the bot has been sent to all players. Otherwise, they will get incorrect commands. Well, they'll get commands on a non-existent bot. And then over here, hey Glenn. Kappa Kappa Kipo. Bot was deployed. Yeah, and we don't need to pass in the code component, but we have it, so we might as well. You can only run terminators in the update function. Can I control your lights? Yeah, sure, why not? It is running update, we reset the cooldown. And I guess we'll just write a tiny, tiny comment there. Only reset the cooldown if we just ran update. It's duh. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's done. When a bot's deployed, its init and update functions are immediately run. That way no other bot can interrupt them, e.g. by killing the newly created bot. Good. So we solved those two problems that we had actually. Next, make user-defined onDestroy work, and then one other thing is delete the machine's namespace once it dies. Those are two things we have to do, but we don't actually have removing bots yet. So I'm going to put this way down here. Alright, let's use the logger for all of this stuff that we're doing now. So we shouldn't have console commands. So let's search for console.log. That's what I mostly use. We don't have a ton of them, so this shouldn't be too bad. Let's take a look at our... What are we doing here? What is this? This is the launcher. We don't really care about the launcher right now. Let's get rid of these. Service locator we don't need to worry about. Gulp file we definitely don't need to worry about. So software validator test. That's fine. I'm going to change this to something like window.foo. I'll say window doesn't exist, but I would say the same thing with console. Yeah, there. That won't show up on console.light. Glenn says your light stuff is awesome. I'm glad you like it. And by the way, if anyone else wants to control them, just click the follow button. You'll get a whisper from me in about a minute or two. Okay, so we got rid of that one. Where else do we have this? This is in the user-defined code tool. We don't want to use a logger there. That's just a tool. And actually, the tool doesn't even matter anymore. We can just delete it if we want to. This starting socket server, we don't care about the central server either. We don't have the logger set up for that. So it's this stuff that we need to change. This U typed in here, we could probably change this to the logger command. I like working while hearing other people work. Is that awkward? No, I don't think so. I think it gives you a feeling of being in an office, even though you might not be in an office. I definitely appreciate that I'm on Twitch and that people are actually watching me, because otherwise I'd probably go insane if I just worked on this alone for 1 year. And by alone, I mean if I coded it alone. I've tried doing something like that, and yeah, you start getting irritable. Stream timed out and had to refresh. Probably got it while I refresh. Alright, well, we'll just pass you on directly. Also, it only works if you have whispers enabled. So if you don't have whispers enabled, then I have no way of sending it to just you, unless I sent you like a Twitch private message. Alright, this is timing out a lot. Orin says I'm watching while coding. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to do that. Watch someone else while I'm coding. I mean, I guess responding to chat is sort of similar in that you have these context switches every once in a while. Or you have things that don't work. Alright, we're gonna... There we go, it worked. Alright, so you should get control over it now. So let's see, where do we import the service locator? On the client, we do it something like this. And then we save off the logger. So we're gonna do all of those same things. And we're gonna put that into our find results for this. So this is a React and Redux component. It's saying you type chat, let's just get rid of this. It's not helping anybody. So delete that now. Next, connect to server. You typed name. Again, I think we know what we typed. That's probably fine. Alright, the game server's arena code. So this is a console.log. I actually am eventually going to delete. But we will want the logger in here. So let's get it in that way, and then we have the logger available to us. So now what we can do is we can do logger dot info service locator. Logger dot log. Let's see. I have to mute Adam depending on how tricky the code I'm currently working on is. You want to help me with my software systems homework? I'm stuck. It's a raise. I always need background noise. I think watching on how their code can help improve how you code. Yeah, definitely. And I've had lots of people actually ask me about particular shortcuts that I do, or sometimes I just share tips. Like one of the things I said the other day is double-click drag will not let you select an individual letter in a word, but rather the whole word at once. So when you want to cut out large swaths of code, double-click and drag can be helpful. And another thing that I absolutely love that other people don't use is Control-T in Sublime will let you transpose a character. And if you are at a word boundary, then you can swap the actual words. So yeah, you can move a word like this. Anyway, I find that stuff helpful, and that's the sort of thing that I like, and I will just go seek out. So we have the logger.log call there. Let's take a look at where else we're doing this. Here, oh yes, here we certainly want that. So let's take the same thing that we had. Wait, what? Service locator, yeah. And then the logger. Alright. We'll get this from here. And now that we have the logger, we can take out the console.log that we have, console.error. Really all the console dot stuff. Oops, I did logger.j logs text. Alright, what else do we have here? So code execution system is now done. Connection manager says ID is not a number. What is this? Oh, we have Winston in here directly, so we can say Winston.info, ID is not a number. I need to make the user enter 5 numbers and return them in reverse. Tyron, I can only imagine someone coming into your office saying, is someone helping you on your code? Actually, there was a guy who outsourced his own job to someone in China. I don't know if you guys remember that story. He had a job, let's just say at Xerox or something like that, and he was a software developer, and all of the work that he got to do, he hired someone in China to do. I don't know if it was one guy or multiple people. And then he just didn't have to do any work, and he got paid a lot, and then when he was found out, he probably went to jail. And yeah, Wouters, thanks for joining, and thanks for following. So, cool. I saw you do that earlier with some params or something, and I wondered. Yeah, so if you ever see me do something and you want to know how I did it, just feel free to ask me. And so one of the other things that I like to do, this is one of the only plugins that I've written. You frequently have a word, and the word is frequently just true or false, that you want to reverse. So I wrote a reverse plugin, which I have set to a certain dictionary, so that I can reverse all of these words at will. That's something that I find pretty useful for just changing false to true. Okay. Wait, he sat and surfed all day. Oh, yeah. Roving Eye's talking about the guy who got the guy in China to do work for him. Dutch translations, I'm your man. So now people have offered Dutch and Polish translations for the game. I should probably write this down on some very low priority to-do list. Offers Dutch translations. Someone offered Polish translations. I don't remember who though. But either way, I don't need translations until the game's actually played in other languages, or in other countries, I should say, where they speak those languages. So we're just getting rid of some logger calls for right now. This setup logging, this needs it still. So now let's also search for console.error. And we'll just take a quick look. We don't care about the central server. These are taking place from www. We don't care about that. This should not be here. This should definitely be Winston.error. Setup logging needs this. Sure, fine, good. Yep, all that's good. Okay, cool. So now let's rerun this, and we should see all of the same stuff that happened before. All right, looks pretty much good. Is our print code coming? Yeah, there it is. All right, nice. It's working. Like it says, I can translate into German. All right, let's write down translation offered. Link into German. Roving Eye into sarcasm. And yeah, thank you. I do appreciate the offers, except for Roving Eye. I'll delete that. Okay. So we've just converted to use the actual logger that we wrote. That way we don't have console logs spewed. It's essentially just improper code. Use console.log directly. Alright, yep. We're calling all our logger stuff. Good. Winston is there. That's fine. Converted many console.foo calls into logger.foo calls. Alright, now we gotta get to our tests. So let's write our entity component system test, because I think those will be much, much easier to write. So what we're going to do is, this is the first time, okay, I don't even, and these dialects, I've never even heard of those. Well, Roving Eye, I don't know if I want to meet anyone from Twitch yet. Because, I don't know, it's like one of those precedent setting things, where if I meet someone from Twitch, then I should probably meet everyone from Twitch. It's like when you bring gum and you share it with only one person in the class. Hey Oblivion, I had some vegetables. But yeah, the amount, okay, so translation will only be important if, like I said, people actually play the game, and it'd have to be a lot of people playing the game, and then yeah, I might take you guys up on it. Although by then I'm hoping I could, behind cookie. Actually, there's one Dutch word that I know? Pannenkoeken? They're just pancakes, right? Oh, it's with an H. Alright. Adam worked on a security team. He's a little paranoid about people on the internet. You could also just do a text file for the menus and everything and put that on GitHub, and a lot of people that, yeah, I'll figure that out later. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this right now. So in order for us to get these tests working, in order for us to get any tests working, we need to write a fake test that will run when we do run.cmd. This is something I'm actually not totally sure how we'll do, because we need to Babelify whatever we end up writing. So we have a software validator test. Let's just copy paste this into faketest.js. We will put this here, and instead of our tests, we will have something like assert true. And then we'll get rid of all of the other tests, and we'll get rid of all of this stuff, and this, and this, and this. Wait, what's this? Provide null logger? Alright, well, we might need that eventually, but let's just get rid of all of that now. So here's our test. I don't think I'm even gonna try to say that. Yeah. Also, I think somewhere in here, yeah, I had a straw poll a while ago, and just FYI, this was what this was. How do you feel about other languages in Adam's Twitch chat? A lot of people said English 100%, and other people said mostly English, no long conversations in other languages. So I'm going to enforce this second one. So try not to talk for too long in Dutch, because I think it's relatively exclusive to other people. Okay, so how do we run both of these tests? That is a good question to which I do not know the answer. What does run.cmd do? It does gulp test. And what does gulp test do? It goes... What is this? We pipe bundle into Mocha. So what does bundle do? Oh, bundle only has one bundle entry. Oh, goodness. Dist source main. That's not even the... What? Yeah, here we go. This software validator test. So this is running exactly one test. So, alright, see ya, Waters. Let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong too, by the way. Alright, so I guess we have to say something like test main. Do we do this? And then from here we import the various files that we're trying to use. Oh, I don't know if I like that. How else would we do this though? There's this. Okay, let's just not import anything, and let's try doing this. Import star from software validator test. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how we're gonna get this to work. So let's try this test main. Then we run. Will this run our test now? Nay, Katzen, man. Just remove the Z in your name. You have a real name, which is Wouter. Alright. Gonna need to write that down. Wouter? Is it water? I don't know how to pronounce this. Alright. We're gonna write that down. Water. Is it... Alright, I'll just ask about this the next time you're in the stream. So, let's see, did that actually run? Oh, we did run the test. Oh my god, that worked. So this won't be so bad then. We can do import star from faketest.js, and then we should have 101 tests passing now. Well, there's 100 tests. Software validator. Oh, unexpected token 1:9. Const assert equals require assert. That's also. So I'm doing this. Let's delete that. It goes there. Same thing for this. I'm not too sure about this. Let's do fake test. Fake. So this is failing because we haven't bundled this. But this should be able to take in... Not sure how this is going to work. I just want to figure out how we're going to run these tests. And this is... Again, what this can't find is... This can't find... Wait, where's line 9? Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. What is it saying? Test main, unexpected token. Oh, did I screw up something different then? Line 1:9. Oh, import star as foo. Can we do that? I see what was happening now. It was running the old bundle. So the actual Gulp bundle wasn't working. So do we have 101 tests now? Oh, nice. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. So Silvio says start Gulp with the dash silent option. The start and end things bug me. I don't mind them. I at least know what's happening. Plus, I like knowing how long it takes, especially because some of the Gulp Watch stuff takes a long time. Okay, so we have this working. This whole import, can we just say import something? I don't think that's valid syntax. So let's do this. We'll do Gulp bundle. If that is valid syntax, then we should be pretty good, actually. Does that work? Well, that does work. Oh, that makes things even easier. So then we just import whatever test we want to run. And then this can turn into our whole, like, if we only want to run a certain test, we can only run that here. Okay, so now fake test, what we're going to do is we're going to turn this into the ECS test. This will be our entity component system test. We'll get rid of fake test and we will start to require ECS test. Now we don't want to run the software validator test for now. Let's cut those out and let's describe the entity component system. How did I write this for the software validator test? Did I say, no, I just wrote entity component system. Okay, good. So it should allow adding components. We're just gonna start coding some stuff. So import entity from ... shared client and game server, whoops, /ECS/entity. Should allow creating an entity. Let's just try this out. So let entity equals new entity. Assert, we need Lodash. Const Lodash equals require Lodash. And then that also means that we need util. And since util is taken from roughly the same place, let's do this. Star as util from util. This gives us util.exist. So let's do util.exist entity. This is an incredibly simple test. Right, should succeed, good, okay. So let's try running this. We should have one, like I said, incredibly simple test where all it does is prints that the test case passed. Should allow creating an entity. Okay, good. Yeah, nice. So now we can actually come up with test cases and then write those test cases. And this will be for the entity system, well, the entity component system. So let's try a whole bunch of stuff. We need to test, we're gonna do this. Okay, so we got that working. We're going to write test full API of ECS, test, that's actually pretty much it for now. There's going to be a unit test. All right, so let's make sure that it starts with no, should have no components when you make a new entity. So we're going to assert dot equal entity dot components. Oh, how do you get the count in Lodash? There should be a way to get the number of keys in an object. Object keys, here we go. Okay, so const keys component number components equals entity dot components dot. So assert equal num components 0. Let's run that. Let's continue to write some tests as that's running. So should be able to add a component. So we make an entity. Let's take in what's a really simple component, isBot component. And that is located in ECS. Okay, so let's take an entity. We will make, Should we have a function called like get number of components? I think we should have one here at least. Function get number of components entity. So we'll do this. Return that. Alright, now we can say this. So when you add a component, we're going to assert that you have one. And we're going to do entity.add component new is bot component. And then we'll assert that that actual component, let's do this, const is bot component equals new. Then we'll do this, we'll add that component, and then we'll make sure that the first component that we get, entity.get component, we need component names now. Component names. Did I just see this applying to as a function to camel case? No, it doesn't. It has title case, uppercase, and lowercase. So title case, whoops, title case, uppercase, and lowercase. So title case will do this, uppercase will obviously do this, and lowercase will do that. And it only has shortcuts by default on Windows for these two, but I think it has a shortcut by default on Mac for title case. I don't think it can do camel case. Maybe it can. I don't know. Writing a function wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, it's all lower. That's what I had done. Okay, so we make a component. Then when we get that component, oh yeah, we need to actually include component names. Oops, that was the wrong spot. All right, component names dot is bot const return component, and then we want to assert equal the isBot component is the return component that we got. All right, then we run that test. So should be able to add and retrieve a component that works. What else do we have in this file? Serialize and deserialize are pretty big ones. We'll get to that eventually. So if, we should not be able to add an invalid component. So let's try that. Should not be able to add a null component, I'll say. So let's do this. Entity.add component null. Assert that we don't have any components on it. And undefined. Does it test for undefined? Yes, it does. Okay. A null or undefined component. All right, we'll run that test. Let's see what else. The component needs to have a name. However, you can't make a component that doesn't have a name. Also, can you create a base component? That shouldn't be possible. But again, no one should be trying to do that. But I guess let's do it anyway. No, let's not do it, because I don't really want to do that. All right, then if there are already components there, so here's what we'll do. We'll just access a property directly. It should store components as an array. So we will do the same thing we did before. We will add this component, and then we'll make sure assert entity.components. Oh, this is not actually exactly how we want to do this. We want to do get components. Get components. Yeah. Entity.get components is bot. And then that's an array. So is bot components equals that. And then assert is array is bot components. All right. What else do we want to check? Has component. We definitely want to see that. It should has a component. So we have the isBot component, and we just want to assert that entity dot has component isBot component. Good, and let's actually add that too. All right. And we actually want to do one other test in there. Let's make sure that it doesn't have a component. Assert, is there assert false? Assertion false equals true. Entity dot has component is bot component. Oh, that's not how you do things. You do it component names dot is bot. Okay, so then let's also check for health component in here. And that should be false, but in order to test this, let's do var assert equals require assert. Assert dot false? No, assert dot is false. This is what the internet is for, Node.js assert. Assert dot fail. That's what it is. No, that's not what it is. What does this do? Throws an exception that's, oh, okay. All right, let's just use assert and just put a not here. All right, and then we run this test. And so we only have an isBot component, not a health component. I'll put this over here a little bit more and then, whoops, and this here. All right, good. So we've tested get components has component. We have not tested remove component. Should be able to remove component. I'll remove a component. So let's do this. We will add, oh yeah, and should be able to have multiple components of the same type. So we make one isBot component and then another one, and then we add both of them, and then we just ensure that you actually have two components. No, this is not how we do this. Oh, this function's wrong. Yeah, this is not how you do this. This is get number of types of components, not the actual number of components. Alright, so to get number of components, what we need to do is this. For let entity, component name in entity.components. Let num components equals 0. We want to return that. We do num components plus equal entity.components component name length. Alright, now this is actually correct. Now we can go back to here. So we have multiple components of the same type, removing a component. So we assert that it has the component, then we assert that it doesn't have the component when we do remove component. isBot component. Alright, this should work. Oh, you guys can't see. Well, you can see that they're all passing, but my fat head's blocking everything else. Alright, so then what else do we have as far as the API goes? Pretty much nothing besides serialize and deserialize. So are there any other weird edge cases that we want to test? I don't think so. Not as far as unit testing goes. So yeah, serializing and deserializing. Here's what we'll do. Should allow serializing an entity. Well, let's say an empty entity. So let's just do this. Let deserialized entity equals entity.deserialize entity.serialize. And then we ensure that it has no components, I guess, because I don't know what else we could really do here. Both of these should be 0. And then an entity with components. Now, in order to test this for real, we really need to do a couple of different things. So let's do this. We'll add 2 different components. We'll add that, and we'll add a health component. And we need a life for that. And we probably need, no, that's it. That's all we need for now. So we have both those components. So we assert that this has 2. and we assert that coming out of this it has 2, and then we assert the various types that it has. So let's do this. It does have an isBot and a health component, and let's say it does not have a physics component. And then let's run that test. Then we should actually verify that health component is not defined. Oh, I never imported it. Health component, good. So next what we want to do is verify that the health actually got serialized correctly. So let's just do that. Let's do const deserialized health equals, let's do deserialized health component equals deserialized any.get component. Whoops, forgot I had that. Get component, health component. Yeah. And we want to do this on the deserialized entity. Frunky says, what happened to lights? Bang lights? Bang lights still exists. It just costs 40,000 points, which no one has. And Smooth Dog, I have a quality button because Latch was hosting me earlier, so my number of viewers went up to actually I took a picture. It went up to 106. I don't know why I just shook the picture like that, especially because I kind of screwed up. So yeah, we had 106 viewers. That's the most I've ever gotten to. So deserialized health equals, let's just get the, what did I call it? Max life. Max life, and then assert dot equal deserialized health should be 500. And let's put that as a constant up here. Health amount is 500. Well, let's say max life is 500. Cool. Let's run those tests. It always costs 40,000. I never finished writing it, so I don't want people to be able to use it until it's done. One of the things, the only thing you can buy, I added a command called bang points help, and it does exactly what it just showed there. So that's the only thing you can spend your points on right now. All right. So what other parts of this do we need to test? We have a serialized test, we have a deserialized test. We probably should test trying to serialize. Yeah, we should do this. So we need a code component. Code component. Whoops. And when we try adding that, so first of all, this takes in some code. Code, validated code. And what else does it take in? Namespace. But this can't be serialized. So when we try deserializing it, the deserialized entity should actually have 0. Is that the case? Frunky, I disabled almost all the commands on the bot because one of the other problems is now that I have Lights BRB, if you can hijack whispering on the bot, then there's a big problem. Okay, this did pass. So, not serialize certain components. Is there a way to make a description on here? Mocha test description. Mocha.js test description. Some description. Yeah, I'll just write it in here. So certain components, e.g. the code component, return null in their serialize function. These components essentially do not get serialized. Okay. Yeah, so then we wrote all of the entity component system tests that I wanted right now. These are the unit tests at least. returns the exact number of components in an entity. This counts each component in the array. So if you add two components of the same type to an empty entity, this will return 2. And it takes in an entity and returns a number. All right. Can I see how many points I have? Yes, you can. And I can just do this for you if you want. Here we go. You have 19 points. You get 1 point every 10 minutes that you're in chat. And right now, the only thing to spend points on is to be on my BRB screen. But eventually, you could get game time or you can get control of my lights. I'm not totally sure what I'll do yet. So we gotta check this stuff in. We changed our gulp file. We wrote the test. We fixed some quotes. So let's uncomment that. This file only exists so that we can, what's it called? Amplify a single entry point. This is not the real Mocha way of doing things, but we're using ES6, so this is what we'll do for now. Alright, added an ECS test. Unit test suite. So now if we run the test, we should see 110 tests passing. Come on, you can do it. There we go. So yeah, 110 tests pass. All right. Cool. So that's done. Now we want to do some code execution tests. These are actually kind of hard to do. How do we test any of these functions? Like, we could write our own system that will evaluate code. We wouldn't be able to test things like cooldowns, but we'd be able to test some of the more hacky things. So maybe we start by writing code execution unit test. Wow. Also, what number does this equate to? All right. Hey, OXD1E7ED, does this have any significance, this number, in hex or in decimal? Or is it just deleted? Is that all it's supposed to be? Lead speakers. Yeah, so if we wrote our own unit test for this, here's what we need to do. So first of all, let's take a look at Botland right now. We have some code that's running, but we need to make sure that we can't do something like this, eval 5. Now this is already blocked, but what happens when you try executing it anyway? No, sorry, that's not a good example of this. A better example is something that the whole string bombing problem. So this is valid code, but we want to make sure this doesn't crash Node. So how do we go about doing this? We can make code, we can run it through the software validator, we can get the resulting code, we can evaluate it, and then we can call the update function. Yeah. Browser just crashed, can you paste the number? Well, you can't do this yourself. I know this guy in real life, which is why I'm being snarky. He was my first follower. My first follower on Twitch. That's dedication. Then he's been in my channel for what, 56 hours or something? Oh no, 35. That's not a true follower. Alright, so let's write tests for this. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to save this as code execution test.js. We'll get rid of all of the tests that we have in here now. We'll call this code execution. We should call these unit tests or not, right? Yeah, let's do that. Software validator. Yeah, that's dedication. You see that? You see that, Tyron? I mean, you see that deleted? And Botland bot is pretty dedicated too. Alright, we'll say that these are unit tests, and same thing, ECS test, we'll say that these are unit test, and then the code execution test was a code execution unit test. Oh. Okay, so what are our unit tests going to be? Should not allow memory bombing. Yeah, I deleted, I realized that as I was saying it. So let's get rid of, actually, we need the software validator again. So let's get that. And we need this, all of this actually. So let's take all of this. Let's put that there. Now we also need this test code, validate code, and whether it should succeed or not. So we're going to do, how do we do this? This will be kind of tough, I think. Okay, so here's some example code. We're going to say code equals, and we're going to put this on its own line. Update equals function. Let's do a equals hello, a plus equal a. We need to test how many times we can actually do this. So let's do this. A equals hello, a plus equal a dot length. 10, 20, 30, 40, 60. So where does this finally break? How many, can we do this one more time? Yeah, we can. At some point this will no longer work. So it's once the number starts with 16777. So let's try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 times. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 16, 24, 25. Okay, so when we execute this code, we have a string that's taking up this many times 8 bytes. So what is that? This is 1.3 gigabytes. This string, if I were to try printing it, it would probably lag Chrome. In fact, one of the things we can do is we can take a look at, where's the Chrome memory manager thing? This. Alright, so take a look at memory. What happens when I press A? Oh yeah, you see that? Look at that tab. The thing is shooting through the roof right now. We're at half a gigabyte. Uh-oh. I think it crashed Chrome. Oh, what happened? Oh, no, it's still going up. 700,000. A character is 8 bytes in JavaScript. I don't actually know. I just said 8, but I'm not sure. How much would a character be? It's Unicode, right? So it's either 4 or 8. Okay, well, this totally is just not gonna exit. So let's try closing this. Close. Close, close, close. Are strings in JavaScript ASCII? ES6. I thought they were Unicode. Look at their Unicode as a Unicode string. I don't know. Okay, well anyway, this is still a lot of bytes. So here's what we're gonna do. Fine. This should make people a little bit happier. We'll put all this onto one line, or like 2 lines or something like that. That way it doesn't take up so much space. And then we'll just do this a few times. So we'll change these to B, and then we'll change these to C. Oh, that didn't work. Change these to C, and these to D. Oh, this won't work without a code execution system. Darn it. Oh, how are we we going to do this then? Because the code execution system takes in an arena. This is where we want dependency injection. Darn it. I don't think we can write this test yet unless we get dependency injection. Because, yeah, that's the problem. We need to test the code execution system, because that's what prevents some of these memory bombing or performance problems. Okay, so here's the problem with this. The code execution system takes in an arena and an entity indexer. Now, some of this stuff doesn't matter so much. Like I could sort of, how would I do this? The thing is, I don't want to have to create an arena just for the sake of this. Now this is where dependency injection can come in handy, because I could have this arena refer to something different. I could just have it refer to something that has a width and a height. I could sort of, this is where mocks and ES6 come in handy, but mocks are not a Babel feature as far as I know. Proxying. Yeah, this. So I could say for certain things that they just exist. No equivalent ES5. So that means it wouldn't work in Babel, right? Can I copy paste this code and see if it'll work? Proxy is not defined. That is too bad. I wonder when this is coming. So if I can't use this, then I do need to look into a library for this. I don't feel like writing that stuff right now. So this code execution test is just going to sit there. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's just going to sit there. Let's save this to the desktop and just leave it as is. And close out of this. What else did we modify? We wrote unit tests in there. We wrote unit test in there. Yeah, let's delete this file and amend to the last commit. Alright. So we do need to do this at some point. But we're not going to do this now. Where else can we write just normal unit tests without needing our dependency injection system? Well, let's take a look. If we go into the game server, we have all of this. This stuff doesn't really matter too much right now. What about the shared code? No, I don't think this stuff matters. We have a test for software validator. That matters probably the second most, where the most important thing is the code execution system. And then we have our entity component system being tested. Okay, so we are going to need some integration tests at some point, and for that I want dependency injection. For that, I need to do some research, and I don't want to do that right now. So write tests for everything we haven't written tests for. Yeah. So let's put all of this down here, and this down here, and then we'll put this task somewhere else. There. Get rid of that. I have 2 to the 9th followers. I see 2 to the 9th plus 2 to the 0. That is very different. Fixed bug in Arena with tile styles. Yeah, okay, so this was just a stupid problem, and it's causing Wildland to look a little worse than it should. Right now we don't have graphics, so I don't expect things to look great, but like this whole alternating tiles thing is not correct. So let's see how I did this over here. Client Arena, draw grid. Here I did fill dark equals not fill dark. And, oh, we're iterating over it in that sense. We can do the same thing in here. I'm just basically going to copy this because I don't want to put a lot of thought into this. Yes, linked. I know it says seriously don't move past this task. I do want to work on it. I just want to figure out some of the dependency injection stuff post stream. Part of the reason for that is like, this can sound really stupid, but it's very hot in this room right now, and I want to work on the stuff I have motivation to work on because I don't know, I can see myself getting irritated faster with things that won't work or that I'm not excited about because of how hot it is. So we're going to put this into our client arena code. So where are we using these styles? Yeah, here. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to basically just copy paste this code, comment it out, and then we're going to do our own version of it. So we're going to say this dot width. Good, delete that. And then we're going to say that this is x. And then we'll do another one of these with y. And width turns into height. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do something really fast. Because I find myself wanting this frequently. Let's find out where I put reverser. Yeah, this. So we're going to say that the opposite of width is height. So that now when I run into problems like that, where this used to say width, I can just select it and press Alt-R, turns into height. And if I say something like the height in tiles, and then select just this, I can turn it into width. Nice. Efficiency. Alright, so what we want is, we want like a, yeah, we want that same thing that we had before pretty much. So tiles length is going to be width and height. So let's do this at the bottom of each one of these. So let's just get rid of this code. Put this at the bottom of the first loop. And what's going on here? Okay, so this is the bottom of the first loop, and then outside of here we want this same sort of thing. If this dot height %2 equals 0, then we put the same line of code. Okay, great. Next, instead of saying I, we say const tile index equals y times this dot width plus x. We put that here, and then we search for I with word boundaries on either side. So here we're getting x and y. We no longer need to do that. And that's why actually the way that we're iterating over this now is pretty good. But let's try that out. What does this look like now? Problem solved. Except for that. I'm still using, yeah, this is wrong. If x is 0 and y is 0, or x equals this dot width minus 1 and y equals 0, yeah, why did that not work? Oh, right, because it did work. Help me understand the difference between equals equals and triple equals. So if you say double equals, it will first compare, are they exactly the same? And in this case they're not, and then it'll try coercing values. So in this case it'll either turn 1 into a string, or it'll turn the string into just the number 1. I don't remember which. And then it'll return true. So this is true. Triple equals does not do coercion. So this is not the same since the types are not the same. And yeah, don't ever use double equals. That's pretty much all you need to know. There's exactly one case where I allow double equals in my code, and that is in this. Well, it's not equals, it's not single equals. And the reason why is because this is the best way to test if something is either undefined or null. And this is what Google does in their closure library, so I feel like it's okay to do this for me too. But JS Hint does not like that, so I just say ignore on that line. So actually, I could write a unit test just to make sure that this function does what I want it to. I'm gonna write that down. Unit test. Write one for util.exist, just in case some browser does things differently. I have equals equals in my code? Wait, do I? / b equals / b. I don't think I do. Yeah, no, I don't think I do. If I search for triple equals, oh, whoops. Yeah, I guess I do have to search for space, huh? slash B should work though. Aha! Oh, this was copy pasted the stuff I just added actually. That means I had it in my old code where I wasn't linting things. I was gonna say I've been linting, yeah, you're right, Tyron. I was linting things on only the new code base, and I've been linting like relatively frequently, so it was here. So I shall give Tyron, we'll say 3 points. Thank you. So then what was the search I wanted to perform there? Why is slash B equals equals equals? It should be, slash B should be a word boundary, but I only found it here. Oh, do I just want white space? I think I want white space characters. Yeah, okay, so we need to search for equals equals with that same thing. So this doesn't matter. This is in pubsub, which I didn't write that code. This is in util, and it's the one place we allow that to happen. And then this is in the software validator test, which we actually need to test for those things. So yes, I shall eat my words. But anyway, I think we fixed this bug. This looks good now. We have our red tiles at the corners so that we know where we are. And if we wanted to, we could tint these colors based on how far in we are. So we could say something like this. And now we'll have a nice green shade over the whole arena. Oh, no, I set the color wrong. Wait, what? RGB. Well, who cares? I don't want that shade anyway. Okay. So now we can check this in. Good. We really just changed how we're iterating. Alright, so fixed the tile style issue in the client arena where the styles weren't alternating properly. This doesn't look enough like Final Fantasy Tactics. That's good because we're not making Final Fantasy Tactics. We're making wiggly bots. You lowered the green instead of adding a green tint in the center. You added a purple one on the edges. Oh, yeah. I blame it on the hot room, guys. Hot room. Let's try what I was intending to do. This is what I wanted to do. Now this should be a little bit greener. Yeah. Final Fantasy. You make your bot look like who? I've not heard of that character. Oh, I didn't play Final Fantasy Tactics actually. I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which by the way, that game was awesome. But it was not the same as Final Fantasy Tactics. There was a math class in Final Fantasy Tactics. There was a math ability. Final Fantasy Tactics. Math. Arithmetics. Also known as a math skill. Yeah, this was not in Advance. Alright, so we fixed the tile style thing. Where did I write that down though? I had it written somewhere in here, right? Tile? Oh yeah, fix bug. Okay, physics component has tile X and tile Y. That's because it's on the server. Okay, good, that's fine. Keep in mind, the way the client will execute code is only by using the server, and when we're in single player, we'll just be the server. Code execution will thus need to be written in a shared arena. That's not actually true, it needs to be on the server arena. Potential problem, we inherit from that. Next enemy ID, I already addressed that. So let's get rid of that. Okay, make player bots get sent by the server to new people who connect. We're not actually at connecting the server yet, again. We will do that at some point. I don't know if I don't think I've ever played Final Fantasy Tactics. And I want to play that game. I loved Tactics Advance. And I think there was a Tactics Advance 2, which I don't think I own. Alright, so allow for more bots. Only need to do this on the client at first. Let's see, need to be real player objects, yes, network everything. Yeah, so this is put things back on the server at some point. Then research how I handled this. Let's take a look at that for right now, really fast. what happens when you get a laser that doesn't exist? So server machine, I say fire lasers. Lasers get fired from here, down here, net message server fire lasers. That means that it gets handled on this, and in the client arena, we have a lasers fired call here. So what happens? This is very bad because the damage will never be done. So that's what we said. So the machine has to exist. I guess I'll write that down in here. Have I played the Fire Emblem series? Yeah, I did. And I liked that game. The music in that game for me, the way it's most stuck in my memory is from the Super Smash Bros. I guess it started in Melee. Wait, was the Fire Emblem music in Melee? I know there was the jingle when Martha Roy won. Where did that play? I know it was in Brawl. Oh god, this is gonna drive me nuts. SSBM stage list. There was... I would only know it if I looked at... Well, what? Where's just the normal stage select thing? Here. I thought it might have been alternate music from Final Destination. Oh god, I used to know everything about Smash. I don't remember. Alright, so here's what I wrote in that code. I checked to see if it was defined there. Then I think the way that things worked is once I had the laser in here, I pushed it on the projectiles, and laser.js had an update function. In here, or no, it came from a shared laser? Projectile model? Yes, this. So, there is no laser model class? Missile model? Where did this code get written? This. So, target to chase. We basically said it couldn't... How did this work? What happens if your target died before your missile made it over there? This was some like really weird case I had to handle in the prototype. And I don't remember how I solved it. Do I check to see if it's alive at all? This dot is alive equals false. Reached target. I think it just still navigated to where the target used to be. We didn't check to see if it died or anything. Same thing in Laser.js, I think it was the same way. Where does this actually hunt things down? Apparently in the draw function, it wasn't that wonderful. So if it's defined, then we do that. Yeah, okay. I think that's what I gotta write down for this. I think that once the projectile was created, it would chase its target even if the target died. And then what? Reach target? What did that do? It reached. It wasn't in here. This. Oh man. This code was really bad. I remember this. And we're going to make this better once we code this in Botland, which we're probably going to end up doing next week. Yeah, reach target. Here we go. And this came from what? Missile model? There was no missile model. This came from projectile. Client projectile. Ah, this is where it was. Yes, reach target. If damage equals 0. Oh, right, it did its damage immediately. Update game logic. So if the target exists... Yep, so we never checked to see if it died. Okay. When it hit, it only had to... Or, yeah. It did its damage. It was created. So hitting only caused animation effects. played a lot of... Actually, I didn't play a lot of Brawl. I played a lot of some hacked version of Brawl. Not Project M. Brawl Plus, I think it was. Yeah, Brawl Plus. Alright. So allow for more bots. And then the other thing is allow... So how are we going to do this? Yeah, there need to be real player objects. We need to have a deploy button on the client. This should validate code first, then send it all to the server. So this whole there need to be real player objects. I think the problem we have right now is in create bot. We have this debug function, and how does it? Yeah, I remember. We specify the player ID of just 0. How are we going to do this? So we want the game to just play itself on the title screen. I think something else we can say that we want to do is expand some of the API available to machines. Which we should already have this. So I should be able to do something like this. Let's take the move in a square code. And we're going to take it from here. So it was this. We're going to put this over here and see, how did we do this? We said count equals 0, square size equals 2. And then in update, let's kind of trim this down into something that's readable. So we get rid of that and that, actually all of that. And then same thing here, get rid of that. All right, so this is what we want our update function to be. So update equals function, yeah, this should work. Let's try it out. So we should move in a square now. If, what's happening? Error, add is not a function. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. So code execution system. We need to code the add function. Add. A comma B. What are our, I guess, operand 1, operand 2? Let's say AB. Okay, so when we're adding two things, we need to consider how we... Uh-oh. I wrote this down somewhere. I have an add function somewhere. Where did I write it? It was to make sure that you couldn't... Oh, this isn't good. I wrote something somewhere about a memory bombing issue. Fill memory. Oh, that's not good. I need to write a custom add function, and I know roughly what it needs to do, but I wrote some notes, so I want to go consult those notes. All right, let's write what we think it should do. So what I think this needs to do is if is string A, how do we do this? You could be adding any number of things. So what happens when you add 5 plus null is 5. 5 plus undefined is not a number. 5 plus a string just concatenates the strings. Well, it coerces it into a string and then concatenates. And so when this ends up being very weird is when you have a string and you have a really small number. No, not like that. How does this work? Yeah, that. No, but that's just shorthand. That's not really that weird. All right, so if A is a string, then how about this? We don't let you add to the string if a.length is greater than 10. No, let's make that a constant. Export const max user defined string length equals 15. So user string can only be of this size. If you do something like this, a equals hello, a equals a plus a plus a plus, then a will be capped at this length. All right, so now we get to here, constants dot user defined code length, and we'll say, so if the length is greater than that, we can return a. If is string b, if b dot length is greater than constants dot max, user defined string length, then we return b, then we return a plus b. All right, so what this could do is a could be of length, let's say 14, so we're not going to return. B could be a length 14, so we're not going to return, and then we'll return a string of length 28. So we need to decide whether we think that that's going to be a problem or not. So I guess what we could do is say this const ref_val equals a plus b if is string ref_val and ref_val length is greater than constants on max user defined string length, then ref_val equals a substring, and I always forget how these functions work. So let's say we have a really long string and we do a.subster 0, 5. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. Ref_val.subster 0, constants.max. And because, yeah, I think we can do that. Then we return the sum. All right, now we screwed something up. Ref_val is read only. So yeah, we have to say that let. So if you somehow got a string that's greater than the length it should be, we can just return it. And that's if either of these end up being a string. Can you create a string if neither operand is a string? I don't think so. Okay, so now we have an add function, so this should work. We should move in a square. Down 2, left 2, up 2. All right, good. And you can see that the code for that is this. So this is where an init function actually comes in handy. We keep track of how large we want the square to be. So let's say I set this to 5, and then let's say I made the code execution go much, much faster. Oh, this will just queue up a whole bunch of actions actually. It won't really go a whole lot faster. All right, so now we'll move in a square of size 5. Yeah. All right, looks good. You should subster the a or b param before returning. Yeah, that's true. Thank you. All right. So let's do a couple of things here. We'll do ampersand here. And then let's do one, I don't really want to do this. I want to not have this be such a long name here. But it doesn't really matter. A.subster, A.subster, B.subster. Cool, so then I just got to get rid of these. Yeah, no, this is like 22 times pair programming. Yeah, so we don't allow the strings to be of a certain length. What happens if you add a plus array? Oh, whoops, like 5 plus array. It returns a string. Oh, that's actually interesting. So you can create a string if neither operand is a string. Huh, who would have thought? I guess it's because the toString is called on this, which actually means if you have any object, like if I say O equals function, and then I try to make O plus 5, interesting. Oh, but no, we tested for that. We have sum equals A plus B, and then we test to see if we made a string somehow. Okay, so, no, it is possible to get a string as a result, even if your operands aren't strings, in the case of toString being called implicitly. For example, adding an array object function etc to a number will end up with a string, will result in a string. Yes, so this is our custom add function to avoid memory bombing. If we didn't have something like this, then people could crash a game server simply by doing this, by writing this valid code. A equals below, A plus equal A plus equal A, dot dot dot. Oh, it's a construction vehicle outside. So this is of any type. This is of any type. Excuse me. All right, we have our add function now. So really all this code commit ended up being is we have a different default script and we allowed for adding numbers. That sounds like something that should be very basic, but yet we had to account for a very tough problem in here. Oh, giveaway. I think giveaway is broken. I'm pretty sure it's always going to be broken. Oh my god! I never thought I'd see this day. Tyron won the giveaway. Surely something has to be wrong. Alright, Z Twitch. Great. Alright, so we added in our add function. We have this. So, wrote the add function that the user ends up accessing whenever they try adding any two operands. This function prevents people from defining strings that are too large in an effort to crash Node on the game server. All right, nice. Cool, so this is what the giveaway does. It gives Tyron total control over my lights. And yeah, and if you want to control my lights, then click the follow button and you'll get to do the same thing that he just did. All right, so that wasn't the point of what we wanted to do actually. This actually was kind of some of it. Expand the API available to machines. So we have, what do we even write? I don't even know what we have in here. We have the move function, we have fire lasers and fire missiles, and then these things too. You can write these, but they just won't do anything. So I wonder if I should, oh, wow. Get X and get Y. No, that's correct, okay. Yeah. And yeah, thank you, Tyron. I could have reset it anyway, but I do appreciate it. So we're not going to write any of these other functions right now. Will lasers hit, will missiles hit, those things don't really matter yet. So once we have more bots, we need to do code bot collision, and then code will move work. Can we get this stuff done today? We have about 2.5 hours. Z-Twitch followed a few days ago, but no lights. Well, let's figure out what happened with that. Whoops. Are you in the ode list? Z-Twitch. No. Are you in the process list? Z-Twitch. Yeah, you've apparently already been given lights like a long time ago, but that's fine. I don't really care. I'm a nice person. So I'm just going to give you lights again. And it's possible that the whisper never made it to you or that you have whispers turned off. Alright. So this we'll do later, I guess. So this is the important thing. Real player object on the title screen. We actually need to think about a few different scenarios here. And I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water really quickly. All right. Never am I ever lucky. You needed just those 2 lights to win. So the real player objects, these aren't actually real. They're just player objects. I just need... no, but I do want to be able to create as many of these as I want. I want many different AI players on the title screen, as I feel deathmatch would be the most fun to watch. So here's what's going to happen. What you're looking at right here is the Botland title screen, despite that it looks like it's Botland the game. So what's going to happen is, while you are waiting to pick, let's say single player or multiplayer, or you're, I don't know, looking through your account stuff, you'll actually see Botland just play the game in the background, which I think is awesome, because this part of, I'm writing an automated game, you should be able to see it play itself. Now, in order for there to be the most interest on this screen, we want to have different players. And actually, one of the things we're going to need to do once we have more players is color bots based on owner. So we want to be able to create fake player objects, and we want to have it not pollute the real the client. So basically, when you go into a server, we need to kill the player depot. Yeah, that's what I think this is going to be. So when you leave your when you change modes, e.g. you enter single player or multiplayer, we need to purge the player depot on the client and on the client's server. We don't actually need to purge it on the client server though. That's something that's kind of interesting. So what we can do is this. Oh, how's this going to work? Oh, this could be actually kind of cleverly done, I think. So let's go into server arena. No, let's go into gameserver.js. We're going to write something like create AI players. And in here is where we'll create various players. Now, how do we get this to work? That means that the game server needs a player depot. And we have a player depot in the form of this right here. This calls Winston though. This can't call Winston. We can't just assume that these classes have access to it. So this needs to be the logger. Alright, well that's the first thing then. Logger from, or no, const logger. We need to go look this up. Yeah, so let's take this code. We need to put that into the player depot here. So we're going to import the service locator, get the logger, cut Winston out of this loop. Good. Next, we need a player depot on the game server. This dot player depot equals new player depot. Now, where do we do this already? We do this here. Well, where do we do it on the game server? We do it in the connection manager. So that needs to be removed at some point, because we can't have 2 of these. Oh man. Okay, so remove this at some point. When we finally get around to writing the server code, which should be next week, we're going to need to change a lot. And actually, I'm thinking that we should start that sooner rather than later. So all of this stuff after this, yeah. So we already have this written exactly how I want to do this. So this is the stuff that's coming up next. Lake says I'm going to switch to tablet now, so I'll say bye to chat and bye to my writing abilities. Alright, take care. Okay, so this is already, so to do, this is already in the game server. So remove it from here. yeah. What do we have next? We need to make this on here. And the way that we created it in here was just by making a new player depot. So we're going to comment this out. We're going to leave it there so that we know what used to be there, I guess. And then, because we have a whole bunch of player depot stuff, which is, no, we're going to leave this. We have to. We're going to put this instead into here. And we are in the game server. So this actually needs to go into ///game server /source. Is that correct? No, that's not correct. It's in the shared code. Yeah. So we have a player depot in here. Now when we want to create AI players, the way that this worked, we had a get or create player. This should really, really be in the player depot, I think. But we're going to make a bunch of players. So let's do this. We're going to make ID 0 is going to be name Adam. ID 1 is going to be name Adam. No, I don't know. What's a good evil robot name? No, it'd have to be an evil robot. But, nah. Let's just name it Adam 2, because I don't want to call the names. So we're going to create these players, const Adam player and const Adam player 2. And there, now we have 2 players. So now when we actually go to create a machine, so in the server arena, okay, Licht, I see. You shall be back just on a tablet. Dom's keyboard broke. That's why you have OSK. Look how not, tedious this is. Actually, there's this up here. This is a few days of the same time to the same to the same time to the... Alright, we're done with that. Okay. Now we need to figure out where we call create bot, because this had a hard-coded player ID. And we said change this to a real player. The problem is this is like the real create bot code, so we need to think of how this is going to get called. What's going to happen is, okay, so what's the normal flow? Normal flow is this. Let's write it in here. Normal create bot flow. Oh no, it's normal flow. So player connects to server. The player depot now tracks that player. Then the player decides to deploy a bot. Player sends a message to the server, and the server routes this to all connected clients after deploying the bot. The server validates it, then routes it. Destin said new update today. I don't know if you've seen what's already been happening, but we got code execution working in a very basic form. Did you see this, Destidom? Because this is like a big milestone in Botland. This is, yeah. Anyway, I'll just type over here. So we don't have the player connects to server. So the fake flow is going to be this. We create players directly in the player depot. Then we need to somehow simulate their create bot commands at intervals. How do we do that? We need some debug function, but that can only be run on your own machine. No, we don't. They can only be run on your own machine anyway because people don't have access to this at the code layer. How do we do this? So I I guess we could call into the game server directly. That way this isn't an exposed API for people in the real game. Well, I think in order for this to work, we need to have this working for our fake player first. There needs to be a way for the client to tell the server to deploy a bot. So yeah, we have these fake players. Now create bot, how does this work in the prototype game? Deploy machine. We took in a player and we took in the parameters of what they wanted to deploy, which was like the code and then what they had filled in their machine. So their hardware and their software. What else was in here? The name. Yeah, pretty much hardware, software, and name. So we want to take in roughly those same things. So create bot would take in a player and then I guess their code for now, because that's all we really have. Duplicate declaration of code, yeah, we'll have to fix that at some point. So temp player and temp code. And then this needs to be callable directly. So we're in the game server's arena. I guess we could write in the game server something like create AI bot. This is intended to be called in single player. I guess we could specify for a player. Let's get something working and then figure out how we're going to change it later. So create AI bot. Let's just probably figure out who it should create it for. Alright, so let's write something like this then. We're going to make a function here. We're going to make a game server. Yeah, here. So we're going to say something like debug create bot. And what this will do is it'll call into the game server and call create AI bot. And that's it. Now this, we're in the game server right now. We can call directly into our arena and say this dot create bot. We specify a player and their code. So let's do dot last player used equals 0. I don't like this. So const, I'll let owner equal this dot player depot dot get player. Then we increment this. If this is, let's say, number of players that we added, this dot num AI players equals 2. If this equals that number, then we say set it back to 0. Then we create a bot with the right owner, and then we create code based on some I don't know what. Let's do it this way. Let's say that one player, if this dot last player used equals 0. So let's say let code equals update this function move right. And if you're the first player, then we'll say the code is going to be move left. So one player is always going to move left and one player is always going to move right. And we're going to pass it in like this. So now we have a player and code. These are no longer temp, so we get rid of those. The code is not something that we pass in like this, so don't hard code the code is fine. This still we need to change to a real ID. But then the player ID, we can just say owner dot, or well, player, no, let's call it owner. Owner.id. And does that make sense? We have player ID, yes, okay, good. So we have that. We want to make this just be a random number. Do we have a random number generator function? I think we do in Lodash. Oh, why? Racer says, so Adam, I started using Tyrandas. Alright, random. Is there a random function in here? Sample collection. Oh, random. Min, max, floating. Specify a floating point number. Min and max inclusive. Okay, good. So let's do, in here, let's do underscore dot random min and then this dot width -1. Good. And then same thing. Watch this. Watch what I'm about to do. Reverse. You see that? I turned width into height without having to type anything. Actually, we should turn x into y by that same logic because that's frequently something that we want to do. I am digging it. Yeah, let's add x and y here. Done. Starting using Mongo. Is it alright if I use my own ID system? If you use your own ID system, I think you definitely want to use your own ID system. Mongo's ID system, it's not guaranteed to be unique, I'm pretty sure. You might want to look that up though. Alright, so we have tile x, tile y. We are using, no, we're not using Lodash, so we have to say const Lodash equals require Lodash. And then what else do we have here? We need a real bot ID, so we need to say who keeps track of the entities. Actually, we do. Well, isn't that lucky? So we have entities here, and then we have next entity ID. Except for this is a real ID. So we're going to write that in here. Get next real ID. Return this dot, and where do we do next entity ID? We're going to say next real ID plus. Yeah, next real ID. Yeah, MongoDB is a NoSQL database. It's for just storing JSON documents, essentially. Alright, so we have our next real ID. We want to make use of this now by saying this dot get next real ID. However, there's one tiny problem. We really want to just peek at this ID next because we don't want to use it if someone's got invalid code. So we're going to say this, and this is actually not constant. Oh, how do we do this then? Until we validated the code, oh man. Oh, I know what we can do. Oh, this is clever. Get next real ID, and now we'll say something like, if the code analysis is not successful, we will subtract. Don't use up the next ID if the code was invalid. Okay, so we have an actual ID here. Good. We're not hard coding the code. Good. We change this into a non-debug function. We use a real player ID. Yeah? This is starting to look a little more real. Now let's try running this and see what happens. Oh, also this to do eventually make this only find unoccupied tiles. Alright. So we have nothing showing up. That's fine because that's what we expect, except for this is actually screwy. Code is syntactically valid because there's no code. Oh, fine. Let's look at createBot. I actually know what's going on. We're calling createBot at the very beginning, but we're not calling it with any arguments because we never had arguments before. So this can't be called anymore. Not yet, at least. So let's fix that. Go back to here, rerun. We should at least have no issues now. Good. Now we should be able to call debug main dot debug createBot. Num AI player is not defined. I forgot to write this. Oop. Alright, let's try that out. And createBot. Oh my god, this createBot is not a function. How is it not? Oh, this isn't a game server, that's why. Game server.js. So we have to say this dot arena.createBot. Alright, we're getting there. These are the sort of issues that are pretty easy to fix. Sure, they're careless mistakes, but they don't take very long to change. All right, so cannot read property ID of undefined. Where did that happen? Owner.id. Is owner not what I think it is? I think it's almost time for a commit. Don't you like to commit throughout the day? Yeah, but I haven't actually finished the feature I'm working on yet. Oh, it's not called owner, is it? I probably called it player up here. No, it's called owner. It's just undefined. Because what is this doing? This is undefined. Last player used is 0, and then we try to get player on 0. Oh, we never called create AI players. We need to do that on... Oh, we need to actually purge this too. Okay, how are we gonna do this? We make a new game server here, so we're gonna need to say this dot game server dot create AI players. Oh no, I've committed a lot today though. I don't know if you saw that or not. I'll show you. So here are all the commits from today. Well, I made a lot of commits. Yeah, I have 19 revisions from today. And you can actually see the times too. 9, 10, 11, lunch, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, we're making pretty good progress. Movell says, I've been looking into getting into programming, but it gets a little overwhelming at times. Does it get any easier? Linked. Resetting is also a thing in Git. Aqualix, the stream quality settings are because Latch and Friends was hosting me earlier, so it pushed my number of viewers enough to the point where I got those controls. And Movell, I think it definitely gets easier. Everything ends up getting easier. The thing is, so when your scope is like this, let's say you're learning Hello World or something, and it's in C++, and you're like, what is int main, and what does void mean? Then you start to understand all of that. But then your scope increases, and now you feel like, oh god, programming is really tough. And then you understand that, and now you know how to design, and now you know 2 languages. And then you move on to networking, and then you move on to security, and then you move on to testing, and you move on to working with 100 different people at once, and then maintaining code. As you keep expanding your scope, things seem harder each time. So I haven't gotten to the point where I'd say everything's easy, but everything's definitely easier from when I started many, many years ago. Alright, let's test this now. Alright, we know for sure there's a problem here. We just don't know what the problem is. No, wait, no, we already fixed the problem. I think that's what... No, this is actually the problem. Okay. Did this not refresh? I guess I don't totally understand this. Create AI player should be getting called now. Is it? Oh, our breakpoints are messed up. Alright, yes, create AI player is getting called now. Good. So next up, we call this function. Good, and we should have an owner here. We do. So then we should see a machine get created. Nice. Alright, so check this out. Now we can create a whole bunch of different machines, and half of them will move left and half will move right, and they'll move into each other. That's totally fine. So you'll eventually see these two just stack on top of each other. But yeah. So this is kind of the start of Botland. Does Pixie do any sort of depth sorting? Because it looks like... No, it's not. We're going to have to make these draw the way we want them to draw. Alright, let's add that to something to do eventually. Depth sort the sprites so that they don't draw on top of each other. What did I miss in chat? Alright, enough people are talking in chat now where if you want my attention, just tag me in a post with the @ symbol and I will see it. So yeah, this is going to be the basis for our AI, like our fake AI players. We're eventually going to have them just create things and then this will be the title screen. You'll just see bots moving around. So how do we want to change this now? This is only called via a debug function. I'm fine with that. Let's clean up the code that we have now. What's the FPS of this? Well, I've got just the function for you. Debug main dot pixie wrapper dot toggle show FPS. Yeah, it's 60. Oops, it's the wrong function. We should be able to make a lot of these machines. Yeah, and even if they're all visible, our frame rate's still good. So, Botland, almost all the logic is going to take place on the server, and the server doesn't have to render. So the frame rate hopefully won't get impacted too much, but then again, we will add tons and tons of cool effects. And what was I going to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to see how many different entities I had. So entities.length. Oh, you can't do .length on that. Yeah, I've got only 29 bots right now. But the thing is, this is like the single player arena. And single player is more intense on your computer than multiplayer because your computer needs to act as both a server and a client. And single player is not something I expect people to play a lot. The fun of the game comes in multiplayer, and there will still be casual multiplayer games that you can play. Yeah, I think what Decidom said, the last two IMs he said, sum up what I was trying to say. Which is, programming will get easier, but you'll eventually learn that there's much more to learn. Why do some games render on the server? So, I don't know of games that render on the server. They probably run a game loop that's similar to the client, but I don't think they would actually do any rendering there. Most servers are headless, meaning they don't even have a monitor or display attached. Client-side 2 at FPS and server-side FPS? Oh, it was probably just how many game logic frames is it updating. So even in Botland, the server needs to run logic every once in a while, and that has its own sort of frame rate, but they're just not frames. It's like, well, I'm explaining this really poorly, I'm sorry. They're not rendered frames, they are frames. So the server needs to be authoritatively checking, did this player hit this other player? And so it'll do that maybe once every 30 milliseconds, whereas the client might update once every 15 milliseconds. So hopefully that explains it. But yeah, graphics rendering is not typically done on server. It's like updated per second, yeah, like what Tyron said. Rendering is sometimes done on the server, sort of, in the case of isomorphic JavaScript applications. You actually render the web page on the server, and then you like send it over to the client. But that's a different kind of rendering. All right, so we have create. Yeah, all right. So let's write down everything that I just changed. Debug create bot is this function is intended to be called from the console for now in order to add a single player bot to the arena. Alright, so we changed that. Good. Alright, now let's see this. Arena. So create bot has been modified pretty heavily. Let's go into that arena and take some of this code out. So this const code, we can put this, let's put this here for now. So we got rid of that. We want to put here what these things are. Creates a bot, creates and deploys a bot for a player. So the owner is of type player, the code is of type string, and it doesn't return anything. We get rid of that trailing space. Now the function is much better. We still need this to-do item here, which we can't do anything about yet. And eventually make this only find unoccupied tiles, we will also need to do that. So this should look much better. Good. Next up, we have the connection manager. We just wrote a to-do item there. Good. We ended up using the logger here. I'm gonna check that in as its own thing. Player depot. So the game server's player depot is actually also used on the client, so we can't use Winston directly. We have to go through our logger interface. Change this, fix this code. Okay, next up we can commit let's commit all of this at once. Next, real ID, I definitely want to comment. So we keep talking about entity ID and real ID. I think I should probably say like internal and external because that's a little bit simpler to understand. Where did I do that though? Real ID. This. So it's the next available real ID and increments the internally used number. If you don't end up needing this ID, e.g. if you needed it for a bot that ended up being invalid, then decrement the number yourself. Oh, and it returns a number. Alright, and let me write this up here too. The next real ID that we're going to assign, this is different from an entity ID. See real IDs to entity IDs. Wait, where did we write what this is? See real IDs to entity IDs for an explanation on the ID system. So we can only find as real ID. A real ID is the ID that's stored in an ID component. Entity ID is simply used to refer to an entity. They're different because the real ID is actually shared across the network, but the entity IDs are internal only. There we go. All right. Create bot, good. I think all of that's fine. Yep. I added some good comments there. Oh, and then this class. Oh goodness. Okay, so game server. I don't think any of this code should be here. The actual game server is not going to need any of this nonsense. So I think there should be like how do I do this though? Like a simulation server or something like that. Or maybe, how would I do this? I could make a subclass of this, like a simulation server. Or, yeah, I could do that. And that could be in the client. Yeah. Okay, I think that's how we're going to do things. So next commit is make a simulation server that is used from the client. This is where we'll have code for updating our simulated players. Note, this is used on the title screen and in single player. Okay, so then we're not going to change this right now. We're just going to put comments for this. Create some AI players for use in our client-side simulations. Yeah, so create an AI bot for use in our client-side simulations. This should eventually get moved out. And this code, for now, this code just, I don't need to write anything here because I'm not going to update that comment eventually anyway. But basically, yeah. This is only used for client-side simulations. Actually, let's write a proper comment. No, let's not. We're about to refactor this. Okay, then let's make sure this code still works. So we refresh, and we input a debug create bot. So player 1 moves left, player 2 moves right. Yep, that works. Cool. And we create a whole bunch of these bots if we want. And they stack for right now. We'll eventually fix that. But yeah, looks pretty good for now. I mean, considering that yesterday there was no code execution whatsoever, and now we can make bots move in a square if we want to, it's pretty good. Sure, they can't shoot lasers at each other yet. One of the other things we're going to want to do as far as rendering improvements, we'll say depth sort the sprites and put some padding in the arena since the machines are bigger than the tiles. Nice, Birdman. By the way, I have my own sort of internal follower goals. I don't actually say them on the stream. But if I were to hit today's goal, I think I need 7 more. So how about this? Here's what I'm going to do. There's a way in Phantom Bot. Yeah, follow reward for the next, or for the rest of today will be 20 instead of 15. There's a 33% boost. And then we'll write a note to set this again. Racer says, what node module do you use for CSRF? What is CSRF? Cross-site request forgery? Actually, I haven't heard of this. Unauthorized commands are transmitted from a user that the website trusts. Oh, interesting. I don't have any trusted websites yet, so this isn't actually a problem, if this is even what you're referring to. Naroti says, what is the reason you write every time you're going to do something? Yeah, I'm all about notes. So otherwise, like, if I don't do that, what's going to happen is I context switch into reading chat, for example, and then I come back to my actual task, and I totally forget what I was supposed to do. What do we do here? You can now create AI bots in single player by calling this function from the console. Yeah, and let's just take a look one more time through this. I already checked all the code. I just want to make sure I didn't leave anything glaring. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, so we need to refactor that next. Pretty much preventing like something against phishing login page. Yeah, like I said, I don't have anything. There's nothing to protect against in Botland yet, since there's no server that's even open to the users. So once I eventually get to that point, I'm going to rely pretty heavily on just TLS. And so I'll make an SSL certificate on my server, and then the only thing I'll trust is if that certificate is valid. As far as connecting to a game server, there are going to be slightly different rules there. But then again, trust is a bit looser because I don't even trust the people running the game server. So we'll get to that. And that's why, like, even if we coded all of Botland client in, let's say, a month or two, there is still a ton of other work to do. And no, I haven't used any sort of anti-CSRF stuff before. Yeah. Okay, whoops. All right, close all those things. Close these things too. So next, make a simulation server. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna open this up. We're gonna save this into the client in public JavaScript. We'll call it simulation server, or simulated server. simulation server. Alright, and this is now going to be a simulation server, and it's going to extends, what is it, game server, which means, let's cut this stuff out. Import game server from // game server source game server. Alright, cool. Now we cut this stuff out. Super arena params. Now we do want these functions in here, and would you trust DigitalOcean? Yeah, maybe. I haven't looked into it much yet. DigitalOcean. Why, is there some like known attack from here? What is going on in chat? There's a nihilist in chat. Alright. So the simulation server, it pulls code from the game server. We don't want this stuff here anymore. And we don't want this here either. And we do want the player depot there. But this. So next, what we do is we go into client name, and when we make a new game server, we're actually not going to do that anymore. We're going to make this a simulation server. And this is taken from here. And this is lowercase. And then all the game server stuff is going to be a simulation server. Yes, good. Alright, so cannot find module game server. And that's coming from here. And what is the problem? I wrote up, game server, source, game server. Oh, it's not here. Okay, I guess it's in shared client and game server, Yeah, shared client and game server. Neat. Oh, I'm actually probably going to go with AWS in the end. I'm just going to use Azure as a stopgap because they have a free service, and Amazon, well, I should say it this way. Azure would give me 3 years. Oh my God, I'm going to write this down because I can't say it. Azure 3 years, AWS 1 year. So amount of free time. That's why I'm going with Azure. Also, Azure gives you 3 years of $750/month, and this is 1 year of basic service every month. Yeah. Okay. I just made a simulation server, so this ideally would work exactly the same. It's probably going to say it can't find stuff. We're going to just rerun gulp. And then, yeah, all that other code should be different. So we just got to wait for this to finish. Yeah, I'm going with Azure for now. Sorry, I'm only kind of reading the conversation because it's going by pretty quickly, and I do want to get more work done by the end of today. Also, don't forget this happened today. 106 viewers. Have you looked into cloud Google Calm pricing? I don't know much about it. I didn't look at the pricing. I only looked at what's free for things. And I think, yeah, this is what I looked at. 60-day free trial. And I saw 60 days. Nope, can't do it. Now, at first, all I need is... Where is it on here? Like, probably this. And that's it. I just need some place to host the game. But eventually I will need much more than that. Alright, so we should have just done this correctly, and if we did, we should see a bot appear. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Let's just do this a few times. Cool. No, not cool. They are not updating. Oh, we probably just didn't write game server. So yeah, okay, this should be simulation server. And that should actually be this way. Alright, so we screwed up a bit there. Now we just gotta save this again. Good, and good, and good. Okay, so now when we write this, we should see these bots move all over the arena. Good, we do. Well, there's one bot of these. Oops. Alright, we're gonna put this in a for loop. I equals 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus. There. There are all of our bots. Yeah. Great. Okay. So I think we've refactored that satisfactorily. We're using the simulation server everywhere, and we really shouldn't be using game server really anywhere in our code, I'm pretty sure. The simulation server extends it, that's correct. Yep, that's all fine. Okay, good. Then we have properly done this. We took that code out. That's totally fine. So create a name bot for user. Alright, so then we just need to rewrite what this is. So this encapsulates all this need to run a game server. Server is in quotes because this can be instantiated from the client. In that case, messages will not be routed over the network. This is how we accommodate. Okay, so we extend the game server so that we can run a fake update loop here for our AI players. Yeah. Okay, extended game server by turning it into a simulation server on the client. This is because we don't want AI players in the same way on the actual game server as we do on the client when we're in single player. What? What are you guys trying? Did you auto purge by just a substring? Oh yeah, you did. No wait. Never mind. Alright. So there need to be real player objects on the title screen even though there aren't players for them. There will be something like deathmatch eventually. Alright, so now we need to have a deploy button on the client. Alright, we need to make player 0 be you. So I should actually say that this is you, your player, and you're only an AI on the title screen. And then there's Adam player. I'm gonna amend my last commit. These names don't even mean anything yet, but I still want to do this. And hey, Lauren. Okay. Also, we should do one other thing. Fine. Last player ID used in num AI players. So it's not worth writing this code. Or not writing comments for the code. Let's just amend the last commit one more time. Good. Then we can close these things. All right. Next, we need a deploy button on the client. This should validate code first locally, then send it to the game server if it's valid. Then the game server validates it. Send it all to the game server, then the game server validates it. When you do this in single player, it acts as though your player ID equals 0. Alright, so here's what we're aiming to do right now. We have all these fake bots that we just added. What we are going to try to do is make it so that we can, well, first let's fix that code. Fire lasers. Hey, Tim Broya suggests that I should do a short YouTube video highlighting the Sublime Text plugins I've chosen with a small explanation. One of the things I want to do is write a blog post on that. And Broyo suggests making a YouTube video about this. YouTube videos take proportionally more time than a blog post. So I don't know if I'll do a video. But I don't know. Some things, yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. And yeah, by the way, for anyone new to the stream, botland.net has all of the links that you might ever want, and one of them is the blog. The blog used to be, I don't know, like some fluff content almost. I'm going to change that, and I wrote the reason why is I'm not going to be making a post once a week anymore. So if you feel like going to the blog, you'll see a lot of some videos and my thought processes. Actually, you could probably read this whole thing in 15 minutes, because I only started it 2 months ago. And you might find some of the content interesting, but I plan on making it even more interesting later. The multiple cursors thing is like the greatest part about Sublime, and you'll see me use it frequently, even when I want to do something like this. If I want to import something new, I'll duplicate a line, I'll select both of this and the next one, I'll change it to something else, well, I'll do it something like this, something else. Then I'll hit escape to get out of multiple cursors and to go over here, left, left, and then lowercase. So I think that's pretty fast. And then there are other ways you can do things like select all instances of the word from on the page and change that to something else. There are lots of cool tricks you can do with Sublime. I mean, even things like if I do, okay, this is going to spam chat, but I'm still going to do it. Alright, there. So I just got a list of all of the users. Something I might do in Sublime is, well, first I'd cut this out. Something I might do in Sublime is select the comma space and then select every instance of that and hit enter. And now I have every user on its own line. And I can delete these two, and then I can run a random number from 1 to 56. 29. 29 is this person. And we give a token to this person, which is a very spammery name. I don't know if this is a real person or not. But yeah, you're about to get a link from me. You do a replace on comma space with... Wait, but could you put multiple cursors there? The whole point is the difference between multiple cursors and find and replace is that I can do transformations on this text much easier than I could with something like a regex. So now if I wanted to, I could put all of these things in parentheses and then add them together and then join all the lines and like, look at that. I just transformed a lot of this text, but this is something that a find replace would be very hard to do, and I'm sure there's some way to do this in Vim, but it's like, this just makes more sense to me. So yeah, I will try to do a video, or at the very least a blog post, and yeah, a video hopefully. Alright, have I written something yet? No. So what were we about to do? The deploy button on the client. When you press it, it should validate the code first and then send it to the server, then the game server validates. So we're not actually going to even do a deploy button. Just make it so pressing C, no, not C. C is already used. What shortcuts are used? WASD, C, and B, and Q and E. So what makes the most sense for deploy? Let's just say X. Makes it pressing X deploys a bot. Let's do just this first, and then we'll customize the code later. So what's going to happen is we're going to search for where we use key constant. We'll search for dot W, since I know that I used that. Oh, I searched for a regex. I wanted this. Yeah, there it is. So here's where I do all of my key handling, is in this class. So handle camera input comes from here. We want to handle... eventually this will actually deploy, but we'll have UI for that. So I suppose for right now, we can... Hang on a second. There's something sharp on my chair. Alright. this? We can say, well, we can kind of just, let's just get the minimum thing working, and then we'll clean it up. I find that that's usually the best for me. So if, oh, this has to happen in handle key down, on key down, yeah, here we go. So if you're pressing X, then what we're going to do is we'll do this dot simulation server dot, let's take a look at what we called that. Call it create AI bot. All right. So that's the basics. Now when I press X, we should see random bots appear. Good. Next, we want it to be random bots with this code. Oh, so first thing, oh, that's what I started to do. First thing is we need to fix this code so that it's actually good code. Oops, that's a regex. All right, we're gonna make this just do this for now. Move up. All right, so this is the code we want to deploy with, but in order for this to work, we need to be able to, how are we gonna do this? How do we do this? I'm finally getting back into React right now. So we have the source code here. We could store this in our Redux state. This is kind of how things are working with chat right now. When you type something, so if I go into client main, there's some chat stuff happening here. Yeah, add chat message. So we dispatch. So we could do store.getState. Yeah, store.getState, and then we can check it for exactly what we need. BootArray says, why const and not var given the scope? I think everything that can be const should be const. And I think the reason why is because it's more explicit as to how you're using a variable. And these things, by the way, these are gonna be done away with. These were just here for now. The other things, like whenever I require something, I make it const so that I can't change what it refers to, because there's usually no reason to do that. All right, so let's write this down. NarOT will question, why is he writing this down instead of just talking about it? So problem. When we deploy a bot, we want to get its code. Oh, I use const and not var for the scope for key code? You mean when I'm doing something like this? Oh yeah, because the key code's not going to change. So again, it's just more explicit. Like, we don't want to change the key code after setting it. And it prevents just more accidents, I think. Oh, so BootArray, I'm not sure if you fully understand this maybe, but the way that this works is the key code changes in different invocations of this function, but for a single invocation of the function, the key code remains constant, which is why I'm allowed to write const here and not have any problems. And if you see in here, if I press E, it will zoom in. If I press Q, it will zoom out. If I press X, it will deploy a bot. So this code is working. Okay, anyway, our problem, we want to get the code when we deploy the bot, but it's stored in code input, which is in like code box or something like that. Where did I put this? Code. I'm not actually sure where I put this. Oh, code input is its own component, but it's stored in code input. But it's stored in code input, which is used from Botland app, which is a child of Botland app, which is a child of root. So clearly I'm not going to do something like root.get botland app.get code input.get code. However, there's more like Reacty ways of doing things. So when we press a button, I think we do need to use Redux for this. When we press a button, we should change our state. Yeah, that's what we need to do. So I think the solution is this. When we change the code that we write, we need to update the Redux store. Then, when we go to deploy, we read from the store and get the code. Then another problem becomes, problem number 2, will every little change trigger a change to the Redux store? I think it would. I'm not sure exactly how we do this. Like we have this state. What I'm thinking we'll do is whenever the code changes, we can just store it into our Redux store. I don't want typing to be really slow though. But I also don't want you to type some change in here, like, 111, and then immediately hit deploy and it uses old code. So I always want it to pull from the last thing. And something like jQuery, we just access the element directly and get its value. So how do we end up doing that here? Well, I guess what we could do is when you press a key here, on key down, if you press the X key, what we could do is call our deploy function. Yeah, I think that might be the better way. So solution number 2. The deploy button is eventually going to be a button, so why don't we simulate that in the UI and pass in a handler for deploy that will pass the code to the callback. And yeah, Bootore, ask any questions you want. I don't mind clarifying things. I need to get more water and use the bathroom, so we're gonna take a slightly longer than normal break, just a 5-minute break. The RV bathroom, well, I'll say water stuff. No, I'll say 5. And then we'll say 5 minutes. And I will be right back. Little sneaky devil. I probably won't take the full 5 minutes. When I come back, I will show you what it is you just asked for. So yeah, be right back. Alright. As promised, I did not take the full time. So, Little Sneaky Devil said, can you play what you have so far? I'd like to see. So what I have so far, and I need to explain the game as I do this. Botland is a strategy game where you'll create bots and you'll figure out what the best strategy is at the time. So maybe you want to shoot a lot of lasers with your bot. You'd equip it with lasers and maybe thrusters so it can move faster. Maybe you want a more defensive bot, so you put armor on it and reflect shields. Once you've done that, you actually write code for your bot. So here's an incredibly simple function that just causes it to move up. And if you don't know how to write JavaScript code, you can use Blockly, which is a visual language, and you can just drag blocks in if you want, and as long as the blocks fit together, your code is valid. And once you've done that, you deploy it into the arena, and then it will follow your code that you've written. And so if you wrote good code, you might end up blasting 4 different bots and killing them all before you finally succumb to your death via a landmine, or you might just ram into a wall a bunch of times. So let me know if you have any other questions. But yeah, that's all I have so far. That's like the whole game right now. We only just got code execution starting to work today. And yeah. Okay, so here's what we'll do. And that means that the key handler cannot be a different component for this. Or it could be that we need to route it. So maybe there's actually like a solution number 3. Press X in some component and submit a Redux action to change state. How would the state actually change though? What if you can't code? So if you can't code, you can use pre-made scripts, or like I said, you can use this visual editor. And I can show you the simplest possible way that you can interact with the code here. And let me show you that. Localhost 8080. So if you can't code, you can just use a priority system, because presumably you're still at least a strategist to some extent. So let's say you have a lasers machine. You can just drag a lasers bit on here. Then that's it. Now that's all it took, and now your machine will start using lasers. And we can see what the code turned into, despite that we didn't write it. If will lasers hit, fire lasers. If that doesn't work, because let's say an enemy is too far away from you, then you can write pursue closest enemy after that. And if there's no enemy near you, then you can write harvest resources. And if there's no resources, then you can write move. And then here's all of the code that just converted to without needing to write a line of it. So if you don't know how to code, you should still be able to play the game. Yeah. And yeah, you guys will hopefully be able to test some of this code out and make sure that the execution's not broken as soon as 2 or 3 weeks from now. It's not really dependent on me anymore, it's dependent more on Microsoft, if they accept my BizSpark application. Alright, so how do we want to do this? Also, hang on, is a window open? Has that been open all day? No, it's not open. Those are just really loud sirens. Okay, so press X in some component. We actually have something that's doing this right now. We can check for /b.c/b. And we find that here. So Botland app is doing it. So what if we put our key handler in here? And how would we do this though? We swatted again. Little Sneaky Devil says, what other games have you made? So the last game I released was something called OpHog, which you can, it was open source too, so you can go check it out here, and you can actually play the game on here too. Yeah, this is sort of like tower defense, the way this game worked. You went into a level, and then you would place units, and after you placed a unit, they just moved on their own. So let's, yeah. And they'd fight, they'd gain experience, there were these little generators, there was a boss on every level. So if you feel like playing that, I guess go check it out. So yeah, I'm still thinking through this. Here we could just set the state. Okay, that was totally fine. We had, what do we use actions for here? We didn't even use them. In fact, this code is now pointless, I believe. But we are using bind action creators somewhere. Oh. I don't think this is the case. We only used to be using it. Huh. We have the chat message state in here. How do we do what we want to do? I think. Okay, let's get just solution number 2 to work. So make a button. Then when you press it, call a callback that we passed in from me. So we're going to make a button here. So that's the first step. It's just let's just make a button. So code input is going to have a deploy button next to it, I guess. So let's render a button here. Button hello. Alright, we wait for that to finish building. Then we run this, and do we have that hello button there? Yeah, except for it appeared right there. That's because we did not pass the right style to this. So we could say const button style equals, let's do position absolute. Let's do all of this stuff except for the width and the opacity. No, let's keep the opacity there too. Let's do that. And then say that the button style equals button style. Hello. Okay. Alright, linked. Catch you later. Budoray says, I noticed you're putting together a little ECS. Nice. You could do a YouTube tutorial on that alone. Yeah, I think that's actually another good blog suggestion. So, Budoray suggests doing a blog post on ECS. On my ECS. Alright. Yeah. Oh wait, Tembroya is going also? Alright, well see you Tembroya. At some point I'll do that blog post that you asked for. It'll just take me some time to get to it. Alright, now we have our button up here. It's the hello button. We don't want it right there though. We want it somewhere else. Let's put it. We're not actually specifying a height here. So how is this getting the height that it's getting? I think it's getting it from CSS. Height is set to 100%. Is this even being respected? Yeah, I think that's coming from CSS. And we wrote this down somewhere. I just don't recall where. Let's just do this for now. We'll just say const input width equals 500, and then we'll use this here, and we'll say that the left of this is going to be input width. So now what we should see happen, and it might not be because I might have typed that code sort of, yeah, okay, there we go. So yeah, the hello button's over here. We're going to make this font size, I think, oops, can't do that. I think they use their own capitalization in React. So I think it's font size and not font dash size. Yeah, nice. So this is going to be the deploy button. Do you have a link to play the games you make? So, oh, is it just 2D games you've made? Yeah, mostly. I think the 3D stuff that I've worked on, I haven't done a whole lot with that. And do I have a link to play them? I gave you the link to the most recent one. The other ones aren't really, I don't know if they're even floating around anymore, but there's not too much. They've mostly just been hobby games that wouldn't get completed. And actually the last like 4 things that I worked on were different iterations of Botland. And then one was in Java, one was in Unity, one was in Python. So, and those never got released. So this is the Python, or sorry, this is the game that we're finally going to finish. That is this version of Botland. Soft and Coddle says, what type of game are you making? This is a strategy game where programming is one of the core elements. So, and if you stay for another, 5-10 minutes-ish, I can show you this sort of working, hopefully. So let's do this. On deploy, so we're going to say on click equals this dot props dot deploy on deploy dot bind this. No, we don't need to do that. Okay, that's wrong. I just deleted something I shouldn't have, I think. Yep, I deleted that accidentally. So let's do that. Then we need to pass in an onDeploy function through the code input, which means Botland app needs to pass it in. So we have the code input, and we have to say onDeploy equals this.props.onDeploy. Then that means that in root.js we have to do the same thing. onDeploy equals that.props.onDeploy. And then finally, when we make this in main.js and we say that we have a root, we say onDeploy equals this dot deploy button pressed dot bind this. Now we just need a function for this, which we kind of have because when you press X right now, it calls that. So we'll put this here, and now we'll make create AI bot. All right, so if I did it all correctly, then we should be deploying a bot with code that's not actually showing up. We did it wrong because I put a brace in the wrong spot. So let's go back into code input. There. All right. Fix that problem. Next, we try deploy. Good. Cool. Now we just make it deploy with the right code. So let's call onDeploy correctly. We actually want to do this dot onDeploy dot bind this. And then we'll have an onDeploy function here, onDeploy, and we're going to call this .props.onDeploy with our code. So we can get that from our state, I believe. This .state.source. Next, in main.js, we should get deploy button pressed with code. We can do create AI bot, and let's take a look at. This is not exactly correct. We're going to say simulationserver.arena.createBot. Yeah, and this is gonna totally screw up. So let's do this. Simulationserver.arena.createBot. The owner is going to be, and this is where things will get a little ugly for a little bit, but then we'll fix it. This.simulationserver.playerDepot.getPlayer0, and then we say code here. All right, let's try that out. And if this worked, then when we press deploy, we should see a bot that moves up. Yes, cool. All right, so now we can write whatever code we want in here and then deploy a bot. And that'll all work. All right, nice. So Soft and Coddle, imagine, if you're still here, imagine that instead of this code, we actually wrote some battle code in here. So maybe there was something like, I don't know, if will lasers hit fire lasers, if not, move right. This is stupid code, right? You wouldn't want to just move in one direction. But you could write something like this and then deploy. I can't do that yet because I don't have this working. But let's go back into code input and add another button here that will close this. Close. And when we click that, we say, well, we need to do this .props.onClose handler. OnClose. Yeah. All right, and then button style is going to be the same, except with one difference. Fine. I'm just going to duplicate this for now. We're going to say that this is the deploy button style, and this is the close button style. Position is all fine except for this. This we're going to set to just 200. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Now, onClose needs to be coded, and it needs to be passed in from Botland app. So let's do this. We have the onDeploy function, and then we have onClose, and that's going to be defined as this dot onClose, no, onCode input close dot bind this, and then we simply write in here that this dot set state, yeah, here we go. This dot set state show code input false. Okay, did we code that correctly? Clode. So when I press the clode button, I apparently wrote that wrong twice. My finger was in the wrong spot, I guess. So when we press the close button, yeah, we can actually close this. All right, great. And then we press the deploy button and that works. Cool. So we can actually write this code that we had from before, this here, which if we say, so let's just paste this code into here. We'll make square size 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. And so what we should see is them moving in a square of the sizes that I set. So yeah, you can see this last one down here is just moving in a square of size 1. Little Sneaky Devil says, will this game be going on to Steam? No, this will not be. So this game is going to be hosted on botland.net and only on botland.net. And right now it just has a bunch of different links you can click on here. But eventually this will have the actual game you can play. So yeah. And then this was the bot that was just moving up. So that's why it's frozen there. So yeah, we have movement working, and now it's actually using code that you deployed. The code that we wrote in order for that to happen is pretty ugly, and we will have to fix it. So let's do that. So this create bot, this is actually, I guess we're going to keep that there for now. So deploy button pressed is going to be, we pass this into our React so that the deploy button is hooked up. And this is the code that the user typed, and it doesn't return anything. This needs to change. Can you make it collide? It looks weird. Yeah, so that is one of the next things that I've got to do. I know that these things shouldn't be running into each other like that. But yeah, we'll get to that at some point. So yeah, this needs to change. We're going to write that here. Okay, this needs to change. We know we want to expose a create bot function from there. Let's just do that now. Actually, let's do create player bot, and we pass in the code. And what this is going to do is going to do this dot arena dot create bot, and the owner is going to be you. Let's say this. So this dot your player, and we'll say this dot your player with the code that you have. So we have create player bot, and now we can go to client name and say create player bot with the code that you specify. Nice. Now this code doesn't look so stupid. So let's take a look at what we changed here. X will now deploy an AI bot, and the deploy button, so X will now, well, we don't really need to do that. Pressing X will now deploy an AI bot. And clicking the deploy button that now appears on the code input component will now deploy a bot with the code that you typed. Alright, code input. We got some different code there. On deploy, yeah, we need to comment this stuff. We need to fix up some of these things. Make there be cake at the end. We're not writing Portal. Well, there was no cake at the end of Portal, actually, right? I think there are 5 words that people remember from that game, above all else. So let's look at that code input, and let's fix up some of this. This is called when you press the deploy button. Then we have a whole bunch of styles here. I want to fix this. Let's just do this. Const side button style equals mostly this stuff. So we want position absolute, the left to be set, and all those things. We just don't want the top. So then this is going to be all the same as that. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Okay, cool. This should look a little bit better now. And then we have that style up there too, input width. And then I just don't like how there's some overlap here. We're just gonna move this over like 5 pixels. Input width plus, let's say 8. What does that look like? Yeah, that's fine. And I don't really care for these to be lined up yet. The UI is going to change radically by the time this game is done. But yeah, now you can deploy some bots. These all happen to move up, but you could actually write whatever code you want in here. And I want to make it do something like Control Enter will deploy, but yeah, I'll write that down next. Make Control plus Enter in code mirror actually deploy your code. That won't be so straightforward. Have I ever played Robo Rally? I don't think so. Oh man, are you serious? What is this game? I want to make, so what I think would be really awesome is making a Botland board game after making Botland the real game. This is crazy. Huh. Yeah, no, I haven't ever played this. Looks pretty cool though. This is how the game's actually played. Huh. Alright. Let's finish looking through this. The code input, we added the onDeploy function. We fixed how some of these styles look. And yeah, okay, we're happy with that. Now this onCode input close in Botland app. Yeah, Destodon, that's sort of how Botland's going to work. You won't have command cards necessarily, but you will have just the code that you write. And when bots do collide with each other, well, it's not really colliding that is going to screw you guys up. It's like shooting lasers at each other that's going to screw you up. Also, let's run the giveaway command. Grill Artist, congratulations. This is called when you press the close button on the code input component. Alright, so we've got that now. Next up, root just passed in an onDeploy function, and here we have create player bot, and that's in the simulation server. So let's say create a bot for your player, and this takes in a string, which is the code that you wrote. Alright, I think that's pretty good. Let's take one more look through this stuff. Yep, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. I think we'll make just one other little change. We'll just change what the default code is. So right now we have move up. We're going to change this to be, let's make it, yeah, let's use this first of all. We're going to write the code down here. Oh, and then we need to link the code. Oh, it's a racing game, not about destroying each other. I see. That explains the rally part of Robo Rally. So update, let's say init equals function. We'll say direction equals 0. And then update equals function. If direction is 0, then move right. Well, we need to do this. Direction plus plus here. So if direction is 1, move right. Else if direction equals 2, move up. Else move then move down, and then here we set direction back equal to 0. Alright, so now this is the default code that we're using. So let's take a look at what that does. Oh, there's a new line there. I don't like that. Because I want this all to fit. Also, where do those extra new lines come from? I guess here. Okay. Yep, good. So this all fits on one screen. When we deploy this, it should just move in a square. Good. And we can deploy as many of these as we want. Well, for right now we can. Why does it look like the deploy button is lagging in this? Is the frame rate changing when we do that? Oh, it's printing a whole lot of stuff to the console. That's probably part of it. It's printing way too much stuff to the console. We have a way to toggle show FPS. Here we go. So when I hit deploy, it actually is having an impact on the code. So let's cut out our logger function. Console.log. Well, how do we do this? Debug name dot software validator dot logger is the default logger. Let's make its log function be an empty function. Now what happens when I hit deploy? I still get a bunch of garbage. Let's just turn off the logging in the software validator. How are we going to do this? I guess first of all, we should check in our code. I like how this is going. Change the default script in the code input to one that moves in a square. Yeah. Alright, we're going to use the null logger by default. Yes. So let's do provide null logger instead of provide logger. This should be getting called from the client somewhere. Yeah, right here. No, that's not right. Oh, we returned the default logger. Let's just return the null logger here. Null logger. Okay. Now when we try this, we shouldn't have an FPS hit every time we deploy a bot, because it shouldn't be printing anything. So let's hit deploy a bunch of times. Yeah, good. This looks very smooth. All right. That's why I gotta be careful. So you can see FPS there hidden in the background. It's not really changing. And I could probably deploy a lot of these bots before it finally started to go down. Fortunately, there's no faster way to do this. Alright. How many bots is that? Debug main dot simulation server dot arena dot entities. That's how many? 105? 106? Yeah, it's 106. Yeah, looks pretty good. All right, let's put the logger back on, I guess. And then make sure we don't have any modified code. And then it is snack time. So BRB. So yeah, I'll be back shortly. let's get back to it. So we should have a clean slate. We do. Let's take a look at yeah, so let's take a look at what was next. Allow for more bots. We have that. Make control enter and code mirror actually deploy our code. Code mirror has its own shortcut system. So I'm not sure if we'd even be able to do this. We have an on key down function. We could do const key code equals e dot which, and then something like if key code equals 32. Console. Let's just do this. It's not on deploy. So every time you press space now, it'll deploy a bot. Let's try that out. Oh, that does work. That's pretty laggy. Oh yeah, that's right. That's because we put the logger back to how it used to be. Okay. Yeah, that'll eventually not be the case anymore. Also, we shouldn't allow you to deploy a machine when you have an error in it. So right now, what's going on? It says your code is not legal. Where's this coming from? This needs to actually validate this first. Okay, so let's look at the on deploy. There's something that takes in code here. This. So before sending this to the server, we need to validate it ourselves. So what we're going to do is I'm going to put a bookmark here and go into our software validator. Yeah, we don't actually use this anywhere in this class. That's fine. So we can do this. We can say this.software validator.validate. Let's do this. We want a validate function that is code valid, because we don't care about any sort of results on it. So we're just going to pass in code, and what this is going to do is it's going to say const code analysis equals this.validate code. We're going to make up a namespace because it doesn't matter, then pass in the code and return code analysis.success. So if not this.software validator.isCode valid code, then return. Console, no, not console.log, logger.log. The code is not, the code is not valid, so not sending it to the server. Alright, that should be a pretty good change. Not for right now because we don't have a server yet, but for eventually when we don't want to spam the server with stupid changes like this. So now when you hit deploy, it says the code's not valid. Nice. Rachel says, Adam, do you prefer writing web applications like Botland or desktop applications? I like how web applications are sort of already cross-platform by default, and you don't need to use a special library. And when I write desktop applications, I'm usually writing them just for myself, for one application, one operating system, I should say. But writing real ones, you have to account for all of the differences in the systems or how people use things. Actually, I guess that's sort of true now with web also, since you could be targeting tablet or phone. I suppose it doesn't matter too much. I prefer writing games though, so whether that's a game on the desktop or a game for the web, I don't think it matters so much right now. But I think almost all games now, to be successful, will have to have some sort of multiplayer element where they need to be like really, really well polished. Alright, so we've stopped you from being able to deploy bad code, or at least have it hit the server. So that's good. This we don't really need to worry about. And then this, okay, so let's comment why we did that. Sometimes you just want to know if code is valid without actually getting all of the errors and warnings. E.g., You're validating it before sending it to the server. This function acts as a shortcut for that. And good. This returns a boolean. Yeah, I suppose games like Skyrim are single player, but I also think tons and tons of time went into that game developing it, and they know their audience and they delivered. I have only put about 3 hours into Skyrim. However, I have put 15 minutes into watching the Ultimate Skyrim video, despite that it's only like 3 minutes long. So what does that tell you? Alright, is this ever what we really want to do though? Because we've already checked to see if the code is valid, and we have that information somewhere, and we have that in the code mirror validator. However, this is in such a weird spot that, no, we'll just validate it again. The amount of times you're going to have to do something like this, yeah, this is all going to change anyway. Alright. Cool. So we should check in that change. Yep. And yep. So when you press the deploy button, the code is now validated on the client before sending it to the game server. Alright, now this other part about if you press the space key. Where did I even code that? Let's just search for equals 32. Yeah, here. So what I really want to check is, this is in code input. Let's open up code input and let's go to where I typed this. We'll just put a breakpoint here and I'll hit enter. Now let's see what we have. The key code for enter is 13. And then do we have any event like, do we have something like modifier keys that are held? What is alt key? False? Is there something like control key? Oh, there is. Nice. Okay, so here's what we want to do. We want to say whether this is 13 and e dot control key. Then we deploy. And actually, let's change a couple of things before we do that. So we're going to go into key constants, and we're going to say return equals 13. We'll put it up there, and then we will make use of it. Do we have it here? No, of course not. So import, how do I do this? Key code, yeah, this. So we want the same thing. Import star as key code from, I think we need to go up 2 more. Yeah, and then instead of putting 13, we put key code.13. Oh goody. Unexpected token on line 52. What is the unexpected token? Keycode.enter. Why did I make that capital? Alright. So let's see now. I have a breakpoint somewhere? Yes, I do. Alright, we get rid of the breakpoint. We launch this. So now, if I were to write some code, update equals function, move left, control enter. Yeah, so control enter can now act as a shortcut for deploying. That's pretty good. Alright, I like that. We're going to keep that. So code input, when you press control enter, pressing control plus enter in code mirror will now, actually does it do something else besides that? Control enter. Yeah, no. Will now deploy bot. Alright, good. So we did that too. Color bots based on owner. So this is actually something really cool. I already wrote the code for this, so we just need to merge it and make it work. Actually, I already wrote the code for this in a totally different way. So I wrote the algorithm for coloring bots. So here's what we're going to do first is dynamically change the color of a bot. Tyron, were you able to make sense of what was going on? Could you tell what food I ate on my snack break? Also, was it actually fun to listen to? Oh, the sirens thing. Yeah. Every good radio show should know never play horns honking or sirens blaring. But I'm not a radio show, although I was today. So dynamically change the color of a bot. We could do this just by tinting if we felt like it. So we could cut corners and just tint for now. Or we could code this the real way and use a base image and a mask. Since we don't know what our sprites will eventually look like, let's cut corners. So yeah, the way that I colored this image that you guys see, this one, this red and blue bot, is by taking totally gray images and then individually going through the pixels and coloring them based on some parameters. And that's great, and that's what I'd still eventually like to do, but since we don't have the real art for this game, we're gonna kind of fake this out. So let's open up the sprite component. When we create a bot, we make a sprite component, and this is on the client. However, before we even get there, each player needs to know what colors it has. So give players a color parameter. So there's a shared player. We're just going to say this dot color equals this dot generate color. Actually, we could make this a utility function. Now let's do that. So import star as util from /util, and then we'll say export function get color from string. String, and we'll just return for right now red. We'll say util.get color from string this.name. Okay, so now you have a color and it's always red, and what we're going to do is, oh no, that has to be a hex value. OXFF. Okay, and then what we want to do is when we actually go to make a new sprite, we need to take the color into account. So here, we have a serialized bot. This has a player owner, so now we need to resolve the player, and we can do that by using the player depot, which this does not actually have access to. So I think we need to pass that in. Let's take a look. Does shared arena have a player depot? No, we need that. Okay. So this dot player depot equals params dot player depot. Let's put this up here. Oops, I took too much. Let's put this up here. The way this is going to work is next time when we pass in new arena, we want to put the player depot. The client is going to have player depot of this dot player depot, which should hopefully exist. Does it? Yes, this dot player depot. But then the server is going to have its own player depot completely. So in simulation server, we call in the game server.js. This makes a player depot. We need to make the player depot before we make the arena. And then we need to say arena params.player depot equals this dot player depot. Pass the player depot we just made into the arena that we're about to make. Okay, good. So that's why we don't need to pass it in there. Now both of these will have a player depot. Now when we actually are about to create our sprite, we need to put a debugger here and see if we have this stuff. I don't think we do. I think that the client doesn't know anything about players. So make sure the client is told about players that are created. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this isn't going to work. We press X and then we check our player depot. It exists. We have no players. Yep, that's what I expected. Yeah, we never send them across. So we need to send them across. And again, who's responsible for that? So the simulation server is actually creating these players. And then how this used to work is connection manager on the game server. When someone would connect, so a client logged in, we would, where is this? Initialize socket with player. We call came online, oh that's not it. Yeah, this, broadcast to everyone in chat that the player joined the server. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? Let's think about this. So, when you join the game world, when a player when a player is fully finished connecting, they are placed into the arena. All other players should be told at this point. For this to work, we need to go back into the connection manager and take a look at how we're doing at chat socket room. We need an arena socket room. Oops. So we need an arena socket room. And someone joins that once they've finished connecting. Here's how we need to do this. How do we know someone has finished connecting? How do we converge on this code path regardless of whether we're on the client or server? So, good questions. Now we need some good answers. We know when someone's finished connecting the way that things are set up now because the connection manager is going to handle it. This is the code path on the server. We would fetch the world state here and then they'd know about it. And then maybe we could pub sub out that they've connected. Then an arena could listen to that and tell everyone it needs to tell. Although the connection manager should be handling that, I believe. So let's see. On the server, the connection manager has that code in what is right now initialized socket with player. So on the client, how do you know you've finished connecting? Well, there is no real connection. It's all taking place on the same machine. So it's more like as soon as we create an AI player, which happens immediately. So in our simulation server, when we create a player, we can tell the client about it immediately, I think. Because we create the simulation server, where do we create this? Here, in setup title screen arena, and we've already set up our player depot before that. We actually need to do this here. Yeah. So we have our player depot, so then what we could do is, the client, this happens as soon as we create the simulation server. So what we can do is on the simulation server, we know for sure we're on the client, so we could just pub sub out. We should probably still act as though we're not on the client and use our interface that we've written. So game server doesn't currently have any sort of router in it. But we only used one of the routers, I think. We had the whole single player multiplayer router. Yeah, this needs to be used now. It's all making sense. Because we were just using the client server router now. Is that true? What are we writing? This is used by the client class to determine whether we need to pub sub out a message or emit it over the network. No, that is the client server router then. So then the game server needs access to that. Is that true? Can we just give the game server access to the client server router and then say player connected on it? Entered arena on it. Can we do that? Well, one of our parameters is the client server router into this, which we then pass into the arena also, so that the shared arena can... Where do we use this? We use it here, the code execution system, and we use it here in the game server's arena. That's a high old noise. And Soro says, police sirens, the one sound you can always recognize regardless of the part of the world you're in. What do we do? I think the game server should have this. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Which means that the simulation server needs it too. So let's take in the apply serve router and the game server. Also take in the apply serve router. And then here we say there. Now this will be, now when we do new simulation server, we pass in this dot. We pass in client server router. Phrase number 11 is not allowed. You just can't do it. Let's run another giveaway. Sweet Jenny 19. You now have control over my lights. So client server router. We pass that in, and then we need to actually call a function on it. So that means that we need to write the function. Let's do this. We'll say player entered arena, and we need to be able to serialize the player. But for now, we'll say player, and we'll take the same sort of function that we had here, and put this here. So we're gonna publish a topic called player entered arena, and put that there, and we'll just specify the player's ID, the player name. No, we need a serialized function. But these need to be written correctly. So what is this? Is this used on the client's version of the server? Let's take a look. Game server has a player depot. Player depot here is taken directly from this. This player takes from this player. This player is the shared version. That will probably no longer be the case at some point. In fact, it can't be the case. Where do we use server? Oh, wait a second. Oh, this is very confusing. I don't think I can continue to do things the way that I had done them here. but I do need a serialized function in player. So I need to figure out where this is going to go. Alright, and I think we'll have enough time today to solve this problem, but maybe we won't actually commit yet. Huh. Alright. Need to make a serializer for players. Yeah, so let's do that, but let's not do that right now. Let's do this player.name and player.color. We'll pass these things around and we'll listen in the same spot where we listen to here. So we subscribed in Arena. Actually, we won't be listening in the same spot then. We want to listen, well, we could listen here. It's not a good idea. I don't like this. Alright, I'll write a note though. This takes in what? Name, ID, no, ID, name, and color. Yeah, alright, fine. So, ID, name, and color. This does not belong here. And what we'll do is we'll take the player depot and we will create a player. And the way the player depot currently works, oh wait, we don't need to pass color because that's deterministic. So we can just pass ID and name for right now. So let's look up this, and where we're publishing it, we will take out color. Where we're listening to it, we will just do create player, ID, and name. Alright, if we've done this correctly now, what we should have is this same breakpoint will get hit and we'll have access to players this time. Oops. Where's that game server? Wait, yeah, what? What? Why is that not working? Because arena params. What's going on here? Cannot set property player depot of undefined. Did I type arena params wrong? No, this is just not passing in two arguments. Oh, that's why. We gotta fix this here. My serve router. Actually, no, here's how we do this. We do ... args. In fact, for all child classes, that's what we should be doing. Anywhere where we see extends, oops. That doesn't work as a regex. How about that? Yeah, so we should be fixing that everywhere. I did this here in the simulation server, but I think tile was one of those places where I did it also. I don't see it there though. I see this. I could have sworn I had done this somewhere else. Weird. Oh wait, this should be this. Alright, what do we have going on now? Did that fix it? Alright, let's see. This dot player depot. So we've got to try deploying a bot, and then we should have... We still don't have anything. Alright, we're going to have to debug this a little bit more closely. So, does this function ever get called? It doesn't. Norma says, hey Adam, is there a JavaScript library that would allow me to load an image and edit it? My coworker was asking me about making an Apple app to take an image and basically be able to drag another image onto it and save it. I thought I don't have an Apple dev thing or even any Apple device, so I was thinking of using JavaScript on an offline website. So yeah, but it depends on what kind of edits you're making. I mean, you have access to all of the pixel data, so yeah, you could do this. I will warn you that loading images off your own computer and then trying to edit them, you'll probably need to be running with at least a basic HTTP server, which if you look into Python's simple HTTP server, you should find a very easy way to run that. And this'll get around any sort of cross-domain origin policy, whatever it's called, cross-origin something, whatever. So yeah. And then you're going to need to probably like put the image on a canvas, do any sort of modifications you want to do, or you can just get the image data directly. Is there a library that would do that though? You'd have to look that up. I'm not sure about that. But I've done some image editing myself, and that's how this bot got to be this color. This started off as an image that was totally gray, and then I dynamically applied the colors that you see here. But I didn't do any sort of like Photoshop-y kinds of transforms. Okay, so this function is not being called. Does that mean that this function is not even being published? We publish it from here. So let's do this. This is still not being called, so let's look at our simulation server and track this entire thing. Oh, we just never called this function. That's why. That's why you do things the right way. This dot class serve router dot player entered arena. This dot your player. And this is Adam player. No, thank you. I'm sure there are a lot of people in here who know JavaScript too. So hopefully someone else can help if they know of any more specific library. So now I'd expect one of these things to get called. Let's take a look. Good, so player entered arena is getting called. We should drop into this second function, good, which means that we should get on our receive end of things. Good, so we have a create being called with ID 0 and then name you, and we should see ID 1 name Adam. This is probably just a problem. Cannot read property ID of undefined. That's not good. How did this happen? Oh, this. Oh, whoops, that's why. This is just Adam player. Okay, so I think we solved this problem, but I don't think it's good code. So we have this called a 0u, then 1 Adam. So then when I try actually deploying a bot, I should have the player input out. Good, I do. Oh, okay, so the whole point of this was to get, let's try something. Dot get player 0 dot color. Do I have a color in there? I do. Okay, yeah. So the whole point of this was to tint sprites based on who owns them. So let's do this. Let's say const color equals this dot player depot dot get. Oh, we can't do that yet. We need to say get component owned by player component. Is that what it's called? Owned by player component? Yeah. And then we get the player ID. And we know that this exists since it's a bot entity. So const player ID equals that. Const player owner equals this dot player depot dot get player ID. And then const color equals owner dot color. Okay. So now we can tint the sprite. Bot sprite dot tint equals that. That was a whole lot of code just to get a tint value across the network. And we still haven't even totally written it correctly yet. So now when we deploy a bot, oh goody. It's not called bot entity. It's not called that. There. Alright. So now when we deploy a bot, we should see a red tint. Good. And we see a red tint for everybody right now, but we're going to fix that. So we're gonna write a really, actually no we're not. We're gonna just copy the function I've written for this before. So let's go into util This is my patented color modifying function. Yeah. Where is it? Where's the correct util, and why are there a million different util classes here? Alright, so do we have something with color in it? Get color from bytes. So this is the function I want to use, but it takes in 3 bytes. I guess I can make use of this. So when is this ever called? We must just take... Oh, I actually use MD5 hashing here. Alright, we're not doing that right now. Because I don't think we have an MD5 library. I mean, that would be great. Is there any sort of hashing in here? MD5? No, we don't get that in Lodash. JavaScript MD5 library. Crypto.js. Oh, you can just take the MD5 library? How is this licensed? New BSD license. BSD3 DLDR legal. Time to find out what this means. BSD3 3-clause license. Commercial use. Yes. Must include copyright and license. Cannot use trademark or hold liable. Sounds good. Let's use it. So, how do we use it? We take this. Okay. So let's take this code and put it into vendor code, client, public, JavaScript, vendor. Oh, we can't do that. Shared code. Darn it. Alright, we'll do this in a bit. Because we don't need this to be great right now. Let's just take this function and we put this here. And we need to return it in the form of a hex number, not a hex string. So we take in 3 bytes, and that eventually gives us an RG and B value. And then we can look at how we bit shifted before. So we just want to take this, and we return RGB. Alright, and we don't use any stupid functions in here, right? Yes, just math functions. Good. So we have get color from bytes, and the bytes that we use are going to be... No, we will actually make get color from string. Export function, get color from string. String. Here's what we'll do. We'll just return this dot get color from bytes with string dot length, string 0 and string 1. Except for those are not bytes. How do you convert a JavaScript convert string to number? But I don't even really want to do that. I want to do that char code at hello.char code at 0. Yeah. String.char code at 0 and char code at 1. Nice. Okay, so this is not a great string, or this is not a great way of doing things. We're actually going to do it this way. Const first char equals string dot length is greater than 0. Then take the first character. First char. Otherwise, just use the number 5. Alright, and then second char is do this or take the number 6. No, 200. those are sufficiently random numbers. And this algorithm is going to change at some point. That's why I'm writing code like this. Also, let me change my lights back to normal. There. Alright. That light's still green. That's not cool. There we go. Alright, so we have the get color from string, and the whole point of that was just so that we have different colors rendering. Do we? Yeah, cool. So check it out. Our bots are different colors. Now we can tell which player is which, although they also move in certain directions. Nice. And if we change the name of them, so if our player was not named Adam any longer, if we named this something like XU and X Adam, then instead of these colors, we will have different ones. Yeah. Well, the left one still looks pretty much the same, but the right one turned green. So yeah, that's that. Okay. Now we gotta clean up the code, and then I think that's probably it for today. I will not be streaming tomorrow. It's meeting day, and cleaning up this code is gonna take probably at least 20 minutes. Well, it depends on how clean we make it. But I will be streaming on Friday, by the way. So yeah, this doesn't belong here, and I'm not totally sure what to do about that yet. This other stuff is totally fine though. Let's take a look at this. Set up player depot, we pass in the player depot, we pass in the client server router. Good, good, good. That all looks fine. This is in, I wish Tortoise showed me the path up here. Is there some way to configure that? General. Apparently not. The backlight is still cycling through the colors. Oh, that's why. Oh, thank you. Alright, I can't actually turn that off on my other website. I have to turn it off through here. There, now I can set it to white. I am in a generous mood. I shall give you a point. Okay, we eventually want to use the crypto stuff, but not for right now. Let's see. Let's comment that. Params.player depot. Where do we use that? Here. So this is of type player depot. And it doesn't need to be commented really. And it's only used by the base classes right now. So player entered arena, again relatively straightforward. We're not serializing the player. This actually isn't even being used right now. So we can just revert that. Wait, right? That wasn't being used? I should have checked. Chat socket room. Do we use arena socket room? Nope. Alright. Next up this. Yep. 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 Okay, so the rest of this wasn't so bad. It's just that one function. I should really comment this stuff. Well, this particular part here, util. So, sucky wrapper around get color from bytes. A string and it returns a number. It's a color. I'm gonna use the same sort of comment I used before. JS. Yeah. So, given 3 bytes, e.g. from an MD5 hash, this will compute a color. I came up with this algorithm for coloring tabs and I turn on Mac. I tweaked it slightly to give a good color set for this game. Yep. And when you're ready for the bytes, number. Yeah, cool. Number. A hex number, e.g. OXFO. Alright, right, so then the only problem we have, besides forgetting to write pre-commit, run pre-commit. The only problem we have then is that player depot code that's in the arena right now. Illegal trailing white space. Oh, what's all this? There are apparently some actual issues that I wrote. Suppressing a potential spread operator error. Yep, good. Expected these to match. Oh, this is another one of those things where I've got to just... we need to switch linters at some point. JS int ignore start. JS int ignore. Oh, we're going to change one more thing here. Reverser. Let's open this up and let's make start and end be opposites. Start and end. Eventually, we'll get to the point where... So here's what I just did. I want a JS hint ignore starting here and ending here. So I moved this line down here, but now I want to reverse start into end. So I can now do that because I wrote a plugin that'll let me do that. And I've so far found a lot of different things. Like if I want to change it to input height, I can just reverse it. More an opposite than it is a reverse, but I called it reverse. So that's what we're going to say forever now. Treblist, thank you for the follow. You should get a link to control my lights, despite that I just changed it back, but that's okay. Alright, now that we have that, that should suppress a lot of those errors. Alright, operator slash should not stick to preceding expression. Oh, is this just because of this? Nice. Now we're coding in style. Alright, there, linting error is fixed. So, what do we do here? Players now have a color that is applied on the client to bots that they own. So yeah, this thing doesn't belong here. Where do we put this instead? I think what we do is we just fix it in another commit. Yeah, and I'm going to write a couple of these things down. So I need to use server player in the server's player depot. Otherwise, the server player class is probably never going to be used. If I do that though, then I need to make sure my player depot is being used correctly in the client also. Alright, what was the other thing? So, which arena is it that has that problem? To do, yeah, this does not belong here. What? Oh, this is a weird Sublime error. I searched for something, well, it's not really an error, I guess. I searched for something that definitely exists, but it's in a file that I have open and I haven't clicked the tab yet. So if I click this tab over here, or wherever it is, if I just cycle through all of these and then do that exact same search, we now see that it shows up. So you've got to be wary of that sometimes. Anyway, it's this file. Fix to do item here. I don't know where to listen for players entering the arena, but the arena isn't the place for it. Player depot on the client would listen to that. Okay. Then there was one other thing we needed to do. Oh yeah, make a serializer for players. Make a serializer for players. In particular, make sure we're serializing players. Alright, I think that ties up all the loose ends here. So we should be able to commit this. Let's run it one more time. We refresh this. We deploy a bunch of bots. Good, and then we deploy some of the other kinds of bots. Cool. I thought, what was the design choice? Oh, the Sublime thing? If it's the Sublime thing, then... Oh, no, so that's not the thing I'm talking about exactly. I'll explain it one more time. Hang on a sec. So, the problem is this. I'm searching through a whole bunch of files. And actually, I'll simplify this down to just... Oh, yeah, let's close that. Okay, so I'll simplify this down to something like, let's look at just util. So I'm going to make a change in here. I'm going to say chickens. No, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to... Alright, so I'll prove this from the very beginning. We're in this tab, and I search for chickens. And I don't find anything. Okay, great. Next. I'm looking through my code, and I'm like, oh, whoops, this really should have said chickens here. And I save it. Now, until I go back to util.js, searching for chickens will not return anything. The reason why is because Sublime has an internal buffer for what util contains, and it doesn't get refreshed until I click this. So now I click it, and I do that exact same search that I just did, and now it finds where I typed chickens. Yeah, Metsudo, that's right, what you just said there. And now you're going to find out that I also said that 20 seconds later. Alright. So, yeah, I think that's it for today. Today, again, we made a lot of progress. I mean, look at this. We did not have any code execution stuff working, and we've got it all the way to the point where you can type your own custom code in here. So if I want to, I can just say move down and then deploy a bot like that. And there it is. And it unfortunately hit the bottom very quickly. But I could have said whatever I want. Oh, also... Oh, that's not good. Blockly and CodeMirror both have that same problem I had before. Flush out the Blockly code, that's just an obvious thing. But when you hide Blockly, when you hide Blockly or CodeMirror, the code gets destroyed. It's more obvious in CodeMirror that it gets replaced with the initial code. I want to take a quick look at that actually, because this has been a problem. How do we fix that? There's code input. When you hide this component, like I delete all this and I hit close, and I show it again and it's there. So, what's going on? Let's take a look at code input. And actually also botland app. So when I press the close button, this is what's happening. Show code input is just going to get set to false. But what happens in the actual code input? Does the constructor get hit again? Or what? Because nothing else should change this. On change maybe? Let's put breakpoints in just all three of these things. And then I'll hit the close button. Close. Yeah, this gets hit. That's totally understandable. Then I show it again. And it gets rebuilt completely? Oh, I guess that makes sense. I suppose this is constructing a new one. Okay. Well, that's the problem. So now we just need to figure out how we're supposed to fix it. The problem is that we construct a new component completely after hiding/showing component. Alright, so how do we do that? We need to have this code input component exist no matter what, and then just get shown or hidden. Let's see if someone's done this online. React hide a component. Oh, this is all JSX. So I could actually make this somewhere else and then just hide or show it depending on... And it wouldn't necessarily be state, would it? Oh man. So... how would this work? I guess we could technically just try this with a text area, not necessarily even a code input. So let's just do this. We're gonna have a text area. And it's not gonna have anything, or value equals hello. So now when we refresh the page, oh, we gotta get rid of all our breakpoints. Yeah, there's our text area, and we can see that it says hello. And now if I click it and change it to, oh, I can't change it. Oh. Can I trick it? No, I can't trick it. I have it stopping propagation here, so that won't work. Let's just disable that. Actually, this is really stupid. I'll just do it with this. Code input. So we gotta make this somewhere else, I guess. Maybe in the constructor of this we say this. This dot state equals code input. Then we have a code input function. Is that not possible? Oh, I think we need to put this in. I don't know how this works. Unexpected token at 101. Oh yeah, okay. So then we can do this dot state dot code input. Is this valid? Does that just work? We change this, we close it. No. How do we fix this? Yeah, what? That means this is getting constructed every time I'm pressing this button? It is, but then why? In mount component? Shouldn't this come from Botland app at some point? This is like scrolling very slowly. Botland app on key down. Set state, object assign this dot state, show code input. Not show code input. Yes, that triggers a re-render. That makes sense. Then we should eventually get back to Botland app code, because we should be in the render function. And I don't see us getting there. Let's copy this stack trace and take a look. Botland app. No, it's only here. Wait, yeah, let's take a look again. Where does this actually trigger the code input thing? It's from mount component. Okay, I don't follow exactly why this is happening. What I want to happen is that I don't reconstruct a code input every single time. So I stored it in state, and I make it only once up here in the state. Then every time I change the state, like this for example, when I say this dot state, I should have the same code input that I had before. Yeah, it's a React element. Maybe it knows that it's not in the tree and then it tries reconstructing it. What else did people say on Stack Overflow? Render. Render cancel. Yeah, they do something sort of like what I used to do, but then this would reconstruct it every time. How do I make it not reconstructed? Does it know my code is there? Yeah, it does. Oh, I don't know how to do this. Okay, let's try to approach this problem from a different angle. So code input is getting constructed every time I toggle its visibility. Oh man, I'm tired. I want to solve this problem because I think it's something easy enough to break off here. So if I were to just, I either am doing this, don't say type code input with it, or null. Alright, let's put a breakpoint on, where is it? On this. We're going to put a breakpoint here, and we should see that the state doesn't really change. Let's hit the play button. When we hit close, C. Okay, so this dot code, this dot state dot code input, we'll say that's A, and then after setting the state, yeah, I don't care about that. Ooh, no. Oh, darn it, I screwed up. Alright, now what? This is going to be totally different, isn't it? A equals B. No, they're the same. How is the constructor getting hit then? Where did we come from here? Yeah, this. I think it still thinks that there was a breakpoint there, despite that there wasn't. So I gotta go up like 400 stack frames. Or almost there, like 4 more. There we go. Alright, so what is this now? This is C. A equals C? It does. So how did this get constructed in the meantime? That doesn't make any sense. So we can close all those. Close all. Code input. This is getting hit. How is this getting hit? It's coming from set state. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is just going to be a little bit difficult to figure out. And I'm sure this is a common issue. Let's see if the stack trace tells us anything more about this maybe. So we had the on key down, which is going to do this. This calls set state, which triggers a re-render. Yeah, we know that much. Then the re-render, it also happens to trigger though, it happens to trigger this getting constructed again. Which if I store this in state, what if I just didn't store it in state? What if I did this dot code input equals that? I got rid of that, and then I just used code input here. And it's not even in the state anymore. What does this do? So now I open it, I mute my breakpoints, I delete a bunch of code, I hit close, I open it again. It's still getting reconstructed. I think this is just a JSX thing now. Like, it doesn't matter where I write this. That is very strange. So, alright, something I could do is I could dynamically change the style on this. That way it's either shown or not shown. But this is still kind of a weird problem. So let's delete all that. And then here we're going to make a style. Where do we do this in our other code? Yeah, so we do this here and we just say style equals style. So yeah, let's do that same thing in here. We're going to say let style, no, we can say const style. And then if this dot state dot show code input, style dot what is it? Visibility? I don't know what we can even set this to. React style tag. Tags and attributes. Can we, is there a visible or a hidden? Hidden, but that's an attribute. Alright, let's just do that. Maybe that's how we were supposed to be doing this. So we're always going to show code input. We do that, and then we just say hidden equals there. Oh, let's try that out. So now we delete a bunch of stuff, we hit close. Close doesn't do anything anymore, so we don't have a problem. What does hidden do if it's not display, hidden? Yeah, I don't think we can do any of this stuff. Visible, show, yeah. Wait, what? Racer, what did you just do? Oh, never mind. I thought that was you typing time up there, and I thought, how'd you lose 20 minutes? Okay, well, we've been bested. We've been bested by React. We're gonna give up until Friday. So yeah, I won't be streaming tomorrow. Thank you everyone who's followed me today, especially the people who are still here from Latch's channel. That is some dedication for you to stay in here for as long as you did. Well, I think Latch is actually still hosting me. Yeah, apparently that's correct. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. We got a lot of progress today. I would direct you all to botland.net. Check out whatever sites here most interest you. You're obviously already on Twitch, so if you want to go check out any of these things, go check them out. Catch you later. See ya.